Where are you?
Cool, we're good to go. Here we are, friends, for another day, another IRL stream. Talking today about a few things. About Steiner's, reading later Steiner's guidelines, but that guidelines is a very pedagogic word. It's a very established word. Another way of thinking about it is leading thoughts, thoughts that lead, but more thoughts that come from primordial thinking is what the title actually means there. So leading thoughts, thoughts that lead, lines that guide, guidelines. That's a book we'll be reading from today when we get into it. But here we are at the edge. It's called the Tasman Sea, but it is the Pacific Ocean. The far edge, Land's End, and at the famous, it's not sunny today, but maybe the sun will come out for us later, at the famous Bondi Beach. And I'm just going to quickly search my name and look at the stream on my phone, make sure all is coming through, and I'm sure you guys have sent a few chats as well before we get started on our walk. Bit of lag, hang on. Come on. Oh no, it just disconnected. Oh no, it's not, it's still working. Come on. Give me a moment, everyone. Give me a moment, unknown friends, known and unknown friends. There's a bit of lag here. Ah, yes, good. And we'll just make sure we're all good. Yes, it's working. And now. All right, everybody. What I'll also do is make sure this is not zoomed in somehow. Good, it's working. Epic. Okay. Wait, did I turn over to Zoom? Oh no, good. Sorry, I know this is very boring. Got to make sure these things don't F up. All right, here we are. So, today we're talking about the last three Beatitudes and what they mean. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. What does this mean? Well, it's the relationship between the higher and lower. Between the empirical self and the transcendent self. But it's about birth, not from the heredity of mother and father here, but the birth from our Father in heaven. Born truly from the waters of the eternal. And what does that mean? How is that done? How's that approached? How's that achieved? Well, it's through the whole, what the tradition talks about. Purification, illumination, union. The very basic practice of concentration without effort in prayer and the practices I talk about, it's both very simple and also very complicated at the same time, but how one gets started and how one progresses is actually quite simple. But this vertical heredity it means one who has developed and progressed to the point where they can become peacemakers, where the soul is harmonized, where we can raise up our guilt and need, having fundamentally recognized what those things are, raise those things up to heaven and have them dissolved, and that darkness is raised up in our prayers and in our contemplative practices and dissolved by what is above. Why does that happen? So union, that purification happens so union is possible, so one can move towards union. And so when we're talking about the re-establishment of vertical heredity, it's a series of unions. It's a series of a union of the ground of the eye, which is symbolized by the wedding at Cana, where you've drilled in slowly through the will, or drilled into the will is a better way of putting it. Drilled in to the degree to which the ground of the will is transformed, and the very beginnings of the will to service begins, and the conversion of the dark currents of the will. We can approach and convert the ground of our being and to Christ through the will to begin with. In terms we can will it, it's effort and grace. It's not a matter only of predestination. It's a matter of effort and grace. It's not decided in the final analysis, oh, I can't walk that way, this is water flowing over. Fair enough. The way is shut, dismayed by those who are dead. That's kind of true in a way. And isn't it a tragedy? Isn't it a tragedy? She says with a smile, isn't it a tragedy that so many live in the lukewarmness? There's nothing wrong with going to the beach, of course, but to live in the lukewarmness of the endless filling of the lukewarm, which is the West is almost its biggest problem. It's in deep agony without realizing it, but it's distracted by the lukewarmness of the music, of Spotify, of going to the beach and laying in the sun. These cover over the deep void that's actually in the heart of Western man, a deep pain. And so it's both a tragedy of destiny, but also a recognized tragedy. And what a gift to actually find and recognize that tragedy. To recognize there's so much more in the depths of everything, so much more to the depth life, even to going to somewhere like a beach, where it's not the flesh, but also one can discover the historical being of a place. And I felt that pretty keenly here, because Bondi has a decent history of people coming here for relief in summer and swimming. It has a history, and you can sort of sense that attunement. The more you progress in the depth life, the more you can just sense a spiritual mood in that place. I mean, and that is not something that's projected, of course, because they're not moods that you recognize. It's like, oh, okay, interesting that this endlessly complex depth and mixture of feeling that becomes possible. But of course, as we know, it's not a matter of merely feeling. It's a matter of truth. The way goes with the life. The way goes with the life. And we also know from the phenomenology we experience, from the mystic touch or celestial gravity, one can feel intrinsic certainty of the truth. that these are things are not a matter of low emotions. These are divine emotiveness. It's different. They're subtle. It can be subtle and obviously more intense depending on your moral development. But I'm just drawing a distinction here between what the secular type will say it's just emotive experience. No, it actually has and can be unified. The intellect can be unified with spirit and redeemed. And so the certainties that come are higher than the certainties of inherited authority or rather external authority. It's the authority of mysticism, which founds all theology, the direct relationship with God. And what comes with that is an intimate certainty higher than any, I know I talk about this a lot, but higher than any deduction, higher than any induction, of logical consistency. That's part of it. Of course, the Lord fundamentally makes sense. It's just the answers to your questions take time to emerge and are far more complex than you could imagine. Of course, the mysteries of God are endlessly deep and won't ever be extinguished in your lifetime. But you can know all those things. You can know. The only way to do that is to recognize, well, you have to be like the child, don't you? You have to recognize your weakness. You have to recognize and act like the child in the sense that you have to be both humble and recognize that you know nothing, but also to understand that you can know anything from Him. Because if you're not aware that you're dealing with divine beings, if you're not aware that that's what you're operating with, then you're not going to develop from a sort of low or a sort of initial mysticism into the knowledge of what's happening. You won't both feel things intimately and move towards understanding. You have to recognize that that's what you're dealing with and that that's possible. And so here it is. Here we are, Bondi Beach. So what we're doing today is we're doing the walk around the coast. I'm not really interested in filming anyone that's here. I'm more interested in the beautiful coastline. So we have to, and God, it's scandalous the way people dress, man, in this day and age. I'm just seeing some of it and averting my eyes. Totally scandalous. What do? People are running out of clothes to remove, right? They're running out of clothes to be able to shrink. There's almost none left. But what we're saying, both humble, like the child, but presumptuous at the same time. To ask, to knock, to seek. Seek and you shall find. And there's also a truth in that too. I was talking to the fellowship. We had our conclave meetings yesterday, and which are wonderful to see the progression of the people in the fellowship and how everything's going. To check in, because these are real relationships. These are real. This isn't a program on the internet. It's all about what develops and happens in moving towards God. That's what this is all about. And of course, like I say, my information is very easily available. Drop me an email or send me a DM on Twitter at any time about these matters and how to begin the practice. Although I talk about it in most streams, about how to begin and how we are to progress. And so yes, presumptuous like the child. You can know. But we have to get to this position, and it's difficult at the start, this recognition that we both know nothing, and that we also, and it has to almost be just drilled in over time. It was this way for me, is that even when beginning practices, there's something deep in one, at least I was quite a willful, will to power person, willsamacht, will to power person, right? So I would try to bring this about. And even when I knew, even when I'd read, even when I tried to frame it, what I would do to begin with, and I thought you were based. This guy's just got a bunch of MAGA hats on his front, and some Christian ones too. What were we saying? Oh yeah, willful. Some things just take time. And so what I would do at the start is I would try even just frame it. I would just try at least say to myself that I'm not trying to do anything here. We're just doing. As I talk about with the practices, what we're trying to bring about, and slowly you'll sort of convert into this way of thinking if you're in this will to power mode, which is understandable, which is what the whole modern world is tied up with. So naturally you're going to be in that mode. But you've got to keep reminding yourself, and you could do this every time before you started your practice if you want, is that I'm just doing here. I'm not trying to achieve, I'm just acting. And you're making these practices a consistent, everyday part of your life without the push to enact a procedure to achieve an outcome. So you're reminding yourself to try, perhaps convert a bit deeper into your psyche, that it's not about that, right? Just to help you while you're doing it. You're just doing. And letting go of the outcome, letting go of what could come about, and doing what's done, and making it an embodiment of your existence. And to the point where you just forget, in the sense that it's become a part of you. That's our objective, until we're not trying anymore. And what happens with the practices is similar to what's talked about in Way of the Pilgrim with the Jesus prayer, is that you can start with repetition, and through the Jesus prayer it detechnicalizes and comes to life. So as Valentin Tomberg also talks about, there is a sacred miraculous, a sacred magic in that, that through rhythm, you're establishing a rhythm in your unconscious psychological body, and eventually to your vital body. It's not technical though, it's rhythm. Like the heartbeat is rhythm, it's art. It's not, that's what you're trying to get out of, that this thing is going to achieve an outcome. You're just building up a rhythm and a current of the will. And your will is transformed in that process. So we can choose, as the Way the Pilgrim talks about, we can choose prayer. We can choose the repetition of prayer. That's what we can do. We can choose the repetition of our practices. That's what we can do. And what comes about is outside of our power. And that's also what we're talking about with this re-establishment of vertical heredity. And of course, it always helps to pray outside of the practices for purification, elimination, union, for His will to become your will that languishes after His will, allow it to catch up to His will, for His will to be done. And so the Beatitudes lead us to Christ, and then through Christ and His Lord's Prayer, we're led to, and everything else, we're led to the mysteries of the Father. But that's also tied up with this vertical heredity, is that as we raise up, as we get closer to these mysteries of the Father, which are the mysteries of death, these things, these movements, these temporal movements, He's at rest. The Father's at rest. The Christ is at rest in terms of the end of time, the eternal, at rest. But remember, as we talk about, that He's the King of death, not only life, Master of death and resurrection. And so part of the mysteries of the Father is that the killing of the low and the renewal a bit at a time. The killing of the, in an achievement of breathlessness, the breathlessness of the soul, allowing for the lifting up of these needs and woes, these needs and guilt for forgiveness, and they're obliterated. And then blessings and resurrecting forces are sent. And so, vertical heredity. What is this also connected with? It's also connected with wings. This birth that happens at the wedding of Cana symbolizes they have no wine left. It's involving the stuff I'm talking about that help with this process that I talk about in my lecture, The Practices of Christian Mysticism. But wings, in the final analysis, you can only do, like I've said, as much on your side, but it's ultimately the choice of, just like destiny was part of your birth, so too the second birth is part of destiny. What does that mean? It's ultimately the choice of Christ, whether you're granted these wings. And what are wings? They're the currents of the will that you've begun to move towards Him. But the giving of these wings through the transformation of your will and the 5 dark currents of the will, it's to do with your destiny. And like I said, what does that mean? It means your sin. Your sin has to be dealt with first, because your sin and who you haven't forgiven and your resentment all pushes for, and all the provokings of the first wine push for a certain destination of what has been. As we often talk about, there are so many influences, even astrological influences of the eternal recurrence, which is the fake eternal, the temporal time spiral, the temporal churn of facticity, where all these avatars spawn from, right? That's all temporal. That's all temporal, tied up with the fallen hierarchies, tied up with astrological influences, for instance, are one. Archetypes of the unconscious, these are tied up with the development of the human, which means Luciferic, right? So, those things have to be overcome. So your birth comes from outside all temporality. These determinisms, they seem like free will, right? It seems like you're arbitrary. You're only free to the degree to which you are connected with Christ, even if you're unaware of it in some small ways. In influences and ingressions from the eternal, from Him. To the degree to which you are or receive impulses from temporality. And look, you've got to live your life. I'm not saying you don't do that. But in the end, without the miracle though, it's all deterministic. Sam Harris is right. Marx is right. In terms of this, the false Holy Spirit is a projection from the needs of the soul and the subterranean, the fallen hierarchies that are down there, provoking and creating a false spiritual experience, as we see with the Eastern religions. Now, what does that mean though? They're still real, and I know we've talked about this before, it's still real, it's just not true. It's real in terms of it's propped up by the truth and has truth in it, but it's so all those temporal forces though, because of Christ, the macrocosm's been redeemed. And so it's a legitimate twofoldness in love. And that's what we're trying to get to through the conversion of the will. And that happens through well, of course, withdrawal to begin with. But yes, we were talking about this destiny. The beginning of this first beatitude, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. It's fundamentally the striking, the ignition of a new destiny at the ground of your being, the beginning. Thank God for that, but the striking of it from the eternal, because you've begun you've begun and committed and you've habituated the practices, called out to him, prayed to him, and slowly converted that initial point. So that, but what does that mean though? Again, like I said, you're tied up, you have this destiny tied up with, fundamentally, oh wait, that might not be able to continue. You have this destiny tied up with what you were, the first wine, a destination based on what has been and what you are and your soul condition, wills a act that needs to be converted. But this new destiny means, which projects a future of what you're going to be, and there's no escaping it unless you deal with, sin. Unless you deal with, little by little, but he'll help you though, because he sets off this ignition. He establishes vertical heredity when you acknowledge him as your true, when you acknowledge the Father as your true Father. He's your Father over everyone, over your mortal mother, your mortal father, all these things. And this leads to this ignition, which frees you from the former destiny that your life was going to be based on the bondage and slavery of the false gods of existence. And so this ignition, thank God. Thank God for that. And so we're freed from the slavery of the pagan gods. As Steiner talks about, when we look back to pagan times, we can't project our individual free movement of the intellect. The intellect developed over a big period of time out of a primitive clairvoyance, out of a initial imagistic consciousness, which could barely be called that, could barely be called consciousness. It developed out of that. And what does that mean? It means these people were in Nietzsche's kind of right about that part, they were in an instinctual relationship with the primitive forces. They were enslaved to it. It was just slavery. There's no choice. There was no choice to do anything. Because as we said, fundamentally, the only true decision comes out of the eternal, comes out of that. And so that's what a lot of people misunderstand when they project current consciousness back into the past. No. And little by little, that converts into the intellect. And so that's understood as the mysteries of light, the first light, Luciferic mysteries. And don't get me wrong, that develops a part of the human self. But of course, this fall shouldn't happen. Lucifer is evil. It was too early. He had his own motives, and it still does, just like Satan has his own motives. And so, really in this process with the Beatitudes as a whole, it is a matter of conquering those Luciferic tendencies through beginning with becoming a peacemaker. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they should be called sons of God. Called, named too, named means you begin to participate in his mission, which isn't fundamentally, but also means, we'll get to that. It also means, let's give you a bit of a look at that. It also means, it's funny how quick, when you just start walking, how quick you end up somewhere else. Wherever you go, there you are. They shall be called sons of God. What was I saying? Can't exactly remember. Beautiful. Very close to the city here. These are called the eastern suburbs of Sydney. Premier locations. Lots of J's in this area too. Because of that. It's close to the wealth, the rivers of gold. Anyway, not going into that. Bless them, turn to Christ, friends. It's for everyone. Interesting, classic linen. It's got almost Puritan images. Sons of God. Through the becoming of being a peacemaker becomes a collaborative ability. It means you reach the point where peace can be made through your prayer. Again, it's always collaborative. It's not something you just bring about by your own will, but the Lord, of course, when you're moving towards him, he'll do it. But I'm just trying to get you the right frame, because it might seem like it is or whatnot to you, but it means that you're capable, because of your regular rhythms of prayer, you're capable of being lifted and lifting yourself out of the stream of the pendulum of the Luciferic hierarchies and the satanic hierarchies that try to push you from egoism and wounding of the Luciferic feeling into a revenge in the world. This is pretty, isn't it? This has all been reclaimed. It's all reclaimed for Gondor, reclaimed for Sydney-siders. They've done a lot of coast reclamation. Sydney, I think it's Sydney Harbour foreshore. Done a lot of that reclaiming. Isn't that good? Isn't that wonderful? It's almost like the National Trust in a way, but I think this is completely run by the federal government to allow for access. Would be none. You just have to, and then you have that in the English law as well, that you have right to roam. I don't know if that's in this country. If you went in private property in Australia, they say, I can get down on here, son. Get the F out of here. It'd be kind of like America. If you go on someone's private property, you'd be kicked off. But in England, if you go on someone's farm, it's pretty much expected, but you've got to be gracious about it. You might piss the farmer off. But yeah, right to roam, it's in the law. Although you wouldn't want to be like quoting the law. Listen, I have a right to roam on your property. You cannot stop me. Although, you know, with the totalitarianism, there might be too many people on this pathway. Perhaps we'll move off somewhere else. Although it looks a bit clearer further up. What were we saying? And we can't speed. We're getting stopped in our speed. Godspeed to you, friend. Tell me, friend, when did Saruman, the wise, grant reason for madness? I've seen people arguing at the moment that paganism, the Tolkien was pagan or something. I'm trying to make the case that he's pagan. I think they see it as a gaping wound that it leads people very subtly. It's sacred magic. It's sacred magic. It leads them subtly to Christ. So many people, you have to admit, of the reactionary types that have come to it, have to admit, well, where did it really begin? Where were these subtle impulses laid? And a lot of people will say, well, it's Tolkien. It does. I remember for me, it lay a seed that I remember saying, I wish this world was true. I wish this world was true. And thank God it is. Everything he's talking about, it's the Ungaloy, right? Of course, more unified, being the Trinity. But there's truth to, the Ungaloy have different missions, different things they do. Not as tied up with nature. But they do, of course, the demiurgic hierarchies, the creative hierarchies do. Ah, right, it's closed. That's why there's no one there. Let's charge up here. So blessed are the peacemakers. They shall be sons of God. It's active. These things are all things we do as well as the first three Beatitudes reveal. They're things we do. They're not just... Also descriptions of soul states, and the last three Beatitudes are talking about states of destiny. States of the changes of destiny. And so we see with the 8th or the 7th, we see that fundamental ignition, like I said, of the change of destiny, and thank God for that. And really, what is that? It's that we discover the true beginning and the true end of the cosmos when we abandon the shitlib, when we abandon the fake cosmology of the Big Bang. Because as Steiner reveals, that Christian depth thinking shows, it doesn't deny the facts of science, it denies the fake explanations, it denies their pseudo, I call it Scientology. Scientism is a bit dated as a concept. It's Scientology. People understand what that is. In fact, I think that's a good thing to do, is if you see someone pushing scientism, because some degree apologetics never gets through to certain people, is to call them a Scientologist because they're postulating faith. It's its own faith. Its own faith. So here we are. And then, through that reignition, through that rainbow of reconciliation, we're reconciling all the past of our sin and destiny, which is unconscious, which is the vital body, which is the psychological body. And it leads to the next one. It leads to blessed are those who are blessed are those who are persecuted. Oh, here we go. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake. And what is the righteousness? As we talked about last week. And say that? Blessed are those that are persecuted for righteousness' sake. Well, through being a peacemaker, one has established a harmony within. You harmonize with the transcendent self, you harmonize with Christ. He converts and transforms your soul condition, harmonizes it internally. But what happens after you're harmonized, friends? Anyway, that's Bondi Beach. But what happens after you're harmonized? Well, unfortunately, not unfortunately, because it's how things are. Reality is a rich tapestry, and the true reality is this harmony with the eternal. What happens is you get attacked externally. And so the next beatitude is about that, about being attacked on the left and right. And so with your rhythm of life and prayer, you're attacked externally and you're returning to Him. You're attacked externally, returning to Him every morning, every midday, every night. Returning from the world that you have to go into and work. Returning. To reharmonize after we have Luciferic temptations and satanic temptations of world and feeling interior. And so what does that do? Christ is slowly transforming the ground of your psyche, ground of the I and the individual first, with this ignition we've been talking about. Then He's transforming the psychological body, like we talked about last week, where He gives you strength and energies over time to be able to resist temptations, psychological temptations. What does that mean? It means the control of the psychological body and its impulses. You're not always successful, but the fact is, if you, and like we said last week, if you can stop the anger, the impulse of anger, and also manifest it for righteous anger, let's say, and also manifest it at will, it means that that's occurred. And so these are all subtle transformations. You recognize what's going on only slowly. You'll recognize everything we're talking about, and we're going to visit this graveyard over here. Pray at that graveyard. It's always good to pray at a graveyard for those who have passed to find repose in Him, as well as at a church for the descendants of the people of the parish and for them, the people of the parish. But what were we saying? Beautiful, no? Bit more beautiful in sunshine, but memento mori. We really must leave our graveyards in place. We really must consider death. The saints talk about that too. Consider it not for some morbid thing, no, and not for some Stoic philosopher element, because we are actually to die now. We die now in more ways than it's not just a metaphorical and a psychological unconscious thing. We're not just dying to psychological impulses. Our vital unconscious is being transformed. It's both dying through the mysteries of the Father, the obliteration of the will to power in the first wine, for the second, and with us it happens little by little. Contraction, expansion, contraction, expansion, contraction, expansion. Mourning, holy mourning, comfort, mourning, comfort, mourning, comfort. Sorrow and joy together is far superior than just joy on its own. Well, far superior. It's the rich tapestry, sorrow, joy. The gift of tears is an incredible miracle. But what happens with this righteousness of the second beatitude is Christ, and these are subsequent unions. And we're breaking this up with analysis, right? We're breaking this up with, which is, that's what the theological mind also does. But it's contact with the experience. I'm talking about things I have experienced, all of these things, all of them. So I'm not talking about something I don't have experience in. I'm not abstracting or deducing from abstraction with logic. Although of course, logic is something that helps. Steiner, whilst most of it was, a great deal of it comes from original experience, and same with Tomberg, he will deduce from that as well. Because not everyone starts again. Not everyone is supposed to start again to understand. And that's what the tradition's for, right? We're all collaborating in this thing together. But yeah, like I was saying, righteousness for my sake. I can't remember if this one ends in the kingdom of heaven. But what it is that Christ through you being a peacemaker, he is, it's moved on further from last week. It's gone on to, he's moving towards union in your vital body, or life body if you want to call it that. And vital body is very clear from sometimes we awake with just no energy for no reason whatsoever. We've been eating the same food, we've been doing the same thing, but you don't interact with it until you begin to have the faculties to do so that are granted to you, the vital body, the life body. But what happens is, you could call it, it becomes the life spirit. But what is that life spirit? It's the life Christ. What does Christ say? He's the life. And so what was your formal vitalism that was also generated by will zum act and will to power, where you got your vitality from, is being converted, and Christ is then there in your vital body. It becomes Christ. He becomes into you, and you into him, through these wings we were talking about earlier, right? They're granted. You can only do your side of it though, through these wings that are granted. And so what that means is, you call it life spirit, right? But really it's Christ life, or life Christ. And through you, the life, the radiation that Christians have of love and life, it's more than just attitude, it's more than just unconscious cues and micro expressions. It's far more than that. Of course, even Heidegger talks about the mystery of how knowings are disclosed. But this is beyond knowings, this is becoming. You be also into other people. Love ingresses from you and helps with their own becoming. Spirit, right? It's more than a knowing. That's what this whole process is about. It's been converting out of the Luciferic just knowing on its own to a redeemed thinking, to a redeemed, where Christ enters the consciousness, Christ enters the life and unconscious and converts all of it, until eventually, finally, it happens in. it finally happens in consciousness. It's the conversion of consciousness, which really is expressed a little in all of the Beatitudes. But we'll talk about that when we get to the last Beatitude. And so, what we're talking about, the conversion of the life body, and it flows from into you, into the world. You've begun to be converted over to the name or mission of Christ, right? Because you're called a son of God, a peacemaker. And so you're returning and returning again and again to the ground of reality, returning to harmony, and what that harmonization, that diakonosun that the Greeks call, but this is with mercy, this is with the future. Your destiny's changed, and then you then begin to speak the truth. You begin to ingress life forces, which is what we're after. This is the true impulse from the eternal that ignites the new civilizational means technology, but ignites a new spiritual stream, ignites a new orders, new fellowships, life. Yes, the West is a technical civilizational force, is dead, right? But this people and its folk being, it's the whole world now anyway, right? Because it's modernity. But this era, especially the European folk being, it's not even that old a being. It's not that old. It's just the bones of Greek metaphysics have aged it in the sense that it's being held to these bones, and it's in all the universities. We talked about this before. But it's far from, no, that's what the resurrection's all about. The whole impulse. And so people want to take the means of power, take the means of production, and okay, then we'll be able to reform the society. If you've converted to divine will, if you know that that's what the Lord wants you to do, if you're purified so it's not the lust of will to power which have aged us, the will to power crystallizes and kills. The will to power is a polemical, dead end state. That's what it leads to. It's like electricity, it's polemical. Polemical, you notice it polemical in terms of people fighting each other. That's two poles, isn't it? Electricity works the same way. And so, this is the birth of those life impulses that we've been talking about, that the life raft it's a life raft, right? Life raft, life impulse is Christ. And that's where the true resurrected West, if you want to call it that, is. Christ is going to enter all the arts again, all the sciences, and that's not just repeating old art. It's the artists need to disclose divine will so they can follow it in their actions, so they can breathe life into it, so they can have the life, converting a low, dead, decaying vitalism body into the life spirit, you could call it, or Christ life, converting that. And think about it this way. Polemical will to power relies on a attack and riposte, attack and repel, and a lust to overcome, combative courage. When a Christian walks into a room, he doesn't require, he's Christ sufficient. They're sufficient on battle with other people, and whatever remains of what's left in vitalism, whatever remains of the combative element, and they're relying on their wounding and their hate. That's fueled as well, right? Fuels it as well. But that decays. As soon as you win, you have nothing, for one, if you do win. But you don't actually win because you're haunted by the spirit of your enemy. Because all your sin against them, as we see throughout the tradition, right? Haunted by the spirit of your enemy in your sleep. And so you have no new ideas. You've just got this horrid destiny you can't escape, just like the wanderer in the Anglo-Saxon story. Just like the wanderer, there is no escape from the river of weird. Thankfully there is, it's Christ. And then the meaning of the word weird changes. Very populated, this. What's this, Bronte? I might go up to this estate house up here. But, and so what's this harmony ingresses from you, you're continuously returning to your harmony of soul as a peacemaker, continuously returning. So you're not provoked from either satanic or Luciferian impulses, either the wounding of the self. And when you're wounded, what happens, right? You have the temptations come up that you should get revenge. Like say with the Kirk scenario, lots of Luciferic temptations there. But we want access to the Lord who is divine will. We don't want to be cut off from that. So we, of course, deny these things. Of course, so we can just continue on the mission that we've been assigned, which is higher than any other battle, any other low destiny of temporality. Far higher than that. Far higher than that. I wonder if it's worth going up there. Yeah, far higher than that. When someone does something to you, you have resentments, right? Well, when those things immediately happen, you'll be tempted to, oh, that person's the little thoughts come, that person's an F-wit, that person's this or that person's that. You immediately, of course, reject those things, stop. You think no to them and then continue the Jesus prayer or whatever. But if it rests in your heart, or if it lands, if you let it land, then, of course, you, as fast as you can, you might as well do it straight away, ask for forgiveness and ask for a blessing for that person, whatever it was. And that's to stop being pulled into the eternal recurrence again, which is the fake eternal. It's the temporality, the spiral of the churning time, the serpent's enclosed tail. We're escaping that. So we can be in a continual union. And that's what this beatitude speaks to. We are in a returning and continual union with divine will, which we must maintain, and maintain watchfulness and vigilance. Watchfulness and vigilance. All right, I might stop for a bit so I can get a drink.
She went on a holiday without.
We'll go to this park to have a look. But watchfulness, harmony, maintenance of harmony. Maintenance of harmony. Okay, this is Bronte Park, I think. There's an old Victorian mansion up the top here, I think. I don't know if we're going to go up there though. I don't know if I'm going to go up there. Cool. But we can set down our camera for a bit, get a drink. We can do that. Isn't it funny? So you've got some mansion up here within these gardens. Yeah, with it right above it, you've got this towering apartment block. And a mobile phone tower. Funny. It's funny, I was speaking to someone saying, oh, it's such a shame that Parliament House in this country is this monstrosity. Not all modern architecture is bad, but most of it is just rubbish, right? There's no life in it. Well, that person said this is a modern country. So, no, it's not. Go back to all, you should, its roots are, of course not. Its roots are, thought I could hear a waterfall up here. Its roots are neo-Gothic. You saw before it turned into, it's going the way of Canada. I'm sure they'll announce very soon. We're the second post-national state or whatever, but pretty interesting. This is what it would have looked like before it was all transformed. But yeah, of course, all you have to do is go to Sydney into the old town and to see all the beautiful neo-Gothic structures there. There's no reason why we couldn't continue that, or we couldn't follow divine will. Again, remember, following Christ isn't just going back to, it's the unfolding of the flower of tradition, but with the continuous ingression of providence. The continuous ingression of providence. So it's the new with the flower of tradition, because Christ is outside time. Everything else, you think following vitalism, following your individual will, you think that's new? No, it's a provoking. It's a provoking in the end. Without Christ, it's a provoking of a hidden recurrence, as Solomon talks about. You might not discover the roots of that hidden recurrence, but everything comes again. Everything comes again. Should we walk up here? I don't know. Maybe. Let's do it. Why not? Why not? And so, those impulses, the arts, the chief single-minded focus should be becoming this peacemaker. Becoming a peacemaker, a person that's able through Christ to collaboratively have harmony restored and access to his divine will restored in his being, because he's converted himself out of the temporal. It's funny, you see with some pagans when they talk about Christianity being a foreign religion. Yeah, you're right, in a sense. You could take it both ways. You could say, firstly, you could say, yeah, it's foreign to everyone. He's from outside temporality. Of course, it's also native to anyone. It's the most native wind you could possibly be associated with. It's the true home. But yeah, not foreign. He came from outside and pulled some Egyptians who were the slaves and brought them and isolated them from what was temporal. So it could be a collective, not just with elites. So it could be a total language, total people, inspired by the clean eternal principle, rather than corrupted from. Rather than having marred up, mixed up. There's a lot of trash around here too, unfortunately. Yeah, that's as far as I'm going to go, I think. Can't be bothered. And it's not, I don't think it's worth it going to the top. And so, I'll check the chats in a sec, everyone, as well. And so that's what we're after. That's what saves us. Mysticism. Proper withdrawal. To disclose, to become a peacemaker. To have your destiny rescued. To have this ignition at the ground of your being. This reconnection to the true heredity and Father. Then you're clean from this woe. Then you can keep going back to him until you get closer and closer and closer union, beginning with the psychological body, reaching the vital body, and eventually, for saints, right? It's possible for everyone. We're spurred on to try to become saints. We're always sinners. We're always just sons, but we're spurred on to do this, and you can do it. Everyone can, if we do the practices. Union in the body too. And what magic, what miraculous, what sacred miraculous, what participatory miraculous awaits. The recognition that all our prayers are heard, that truly matter. It all truly matters. He's here amongst us, and you can see that, and that can be revealed. The Lord says it. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven, possessed, not something after you die. It's supposed to occur now. And so, that's blessed are the peacemakers. Blessed are the peacemakers. They shall be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for my sake, for righteousness' sake. Because what is that righteousness? You're persecuted for the harmony that you bring into the world. What started off as a soul condition, this harmony that the Lord restores in you, and breathing his eternal life into you. What harmony was granted to you in your soul is noticed on the outside, is noticed by people that are provoked by Luciferic and satanic hierarchies. It's noticed, unfortunately, but luckily we continually run back up the tree, like the saints talk about. We run back up the tree to him. Flee back towards Christ, so they can be dissolved. Flee back towards him. And how wonderful it is. I'll just put this here for a moment. How wonderful it is. And so we ingress. He ingresses through us into the world. Another Coke. Yes, Chris Doke. Another day, another Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Cocaine. Cocaine. Coca-Cola. Is that the Coca-Cola? That's my attempt at some form of South American. It's one. Okay, we should keep going though. I don't think we should stop for an hour and a half. Okay, looks to be everything. Okay, looks good on my end, says Ignotus, our great friend, Ignotus Amicus. Hail Mary, full of grace, says, Salvit omnes, which would be Latin for some sort of salvation, I imagine. You might even say it's Catholic, says friend. Hail Mary, full of grace. Great, everything's still working. We'll probably continue after I've just had a bit of a rest to get some more liquids in. But we're talking about salvation. That's what being a peacemaker is. It's the union of the transcendent self and the empirical self, the establishment of harmony. I mean, other philosophic terms you could use for it. You know, temperance, the angeloi and our guardian angel has in mind through our established wings, like we talked about, which are currents of the will that have been converted to the will to service. Through that, the angeloi measures the right amount of what's to come from the image of God. You have the image, you're the image and likeness of God, and that converts your non-image. It converts your non-likeness. You're the non-likeness in the sense that you're not the like. The non-likeness of the will to power is converted into the likeness. And so it's moderated by the forces that come from the monad in you. Again, these are philosophic terms. Moderated by the hierarchies, and that's all with the also, it's always there. What those angelic hierarchies always have in mind is moving you towards Christ, we must remember. But just like with the apostles, they are there to pare down the bread, because you would be annihilated if in your sinful nature, you're sort of blown apart without the slow bringing yourself into it. Because when you're sinful, we're afraid of, through our guilt, we're deeply afraid. It's fear that keeps us away from Him, and shame that keep us away. And so the feeling of that fear and shame is what you would experience, and so you're sort of blown apart by it. And so little by little, of course, you're the angeloi, your guardian angel, then the archangel, and an excusiai, and eventually a seraphim at the top of the hierarchies. These are different missions. So you're beginning with personal mission, slowly purifying yourself, and then more things as you become more selfless, as you pray for everyone, not just one ethnic people, then your mission moves from, as you are given more of the kingdom of heaven, as more access, let's say, more of the unconscious faculties brought online by the Lord, the wings like we're talking about. So too does the mission change, and it should. You have to do that. So you have to pray for everyone if you want to be able to experience the Lord. It has to be everyone, because it's the whole universe. He is the whole universe. He's the God of everything. He came for everyone, so you also have to aspire towards that. And so when that Ungaloy's mission is over, that angel's mission's over, when you're no longer just personal, then it's replaced by your guardian becomes an archangel, and so on upwards. First, then if it's an archangel, then your responsibility is a wider group, a mission for a people, let's say, or something like that. And then you must continue, of course, and then an excusiae. That's for humanity to be helping, but we must remember a mission for humanity can be extremely tiny. It could be something perhaps a small booklet that's useful that helps everyone, that would help everyone. Like say The Way of the Pilgrim, written by the Pilgrim, something like that. It's not to have some glorious power bestowed on you. And so we have to convert that thinking of will to power. The gift is the kingdom of heaven. The gift is the Lord, and to be participate in his mission, and what a gift. And so the great saints, of course, Francis of Assisi, his mission was for divine humanity. It was for Christ himself, hence the stigmata. Blessed saints. And so they govern these forces, and it's to do with your moral development. Like we said, it's destiny ignited initially at the ground of your being, and then harmony injected, harmony from the future now. The true future is restored. Your future is now not marred by the past, and your goals as well. So it's also letting go of your goals, so they're not covering over from a former will to power. And the Lord would intimate to me these things to not plan anything, and also this is talked about in unseen warfare. So I was both intimated not to create any life plans at certain part of the process, right? Until you can discern divine will, because that will hold you over into a former way of being, in a sense. It's not that you won't plan, it's not that you won't, if you're in some crisis or something, you got to plan or whatnot, but in terms of life goals, what you want to achieve and things like that, that has to be let go of to a certain degree, till the Lord can have proper influence over all your plans, and you can discern and ask him. And the reason for that is because it's a technical holdover. This is why Jordan Peterson's liberal, self-made man, self-authoring, if you kept to some sort of plan like that, it would keep you in that former state. It's not a becoming, it's a projection based on what has been, unless it's Christ influenced. And so that's what's happening in the eighth beatitude. We are ingressing, Christ is ingressing through us, even to life forces, through us into nature, through our actions, because our actions, our will is tied up with our actions. Will goes deep into facticity, deep into the earth. So what we do affects things, affects how nature operates around us as well in very subtle ways. And so that leads to us being hated by these, and many Christians are tied up with this, right? Prosperity Christianity, this is tied up with satanic influences. You know, I'm sure most of these people are well-meaning, but they're unfortunately been deceived. So they want to do right, but they're unfortunately tied up with a lot of that unfortunate American Christianity that's not either a Catholicism or orthodoxy. And not all of it's, I know, not all of it, and I know Protestants watch this as well. It's not everyone, but there's impulses. But there's also those satanic impulses and Luciferic impulses they're just more so in that. But we have Luciferic and satanic things that get into churches, as we see in Catholicism at the moment. And don't think that Orthodoxy doesn't have elements of that going on as well. You know, it's just it's the best condition there is. Of course, that's my view. And so through the harmonization of the soul and disclosing divine will, we begin to act in the name, even unconsciously, we act in the name of the mission of, subconsciously by following Christ, we're acting in his name, in his mission. we come under attack by the people that are influenced by those things. And this is of the horizontal, where we've become vertical. Our heredity has become now vertical. Christ sends his influence through us, through our closer union with him. We keep returning to him. We become under attack. Not only is it a soul harmonization, but it's also harmonizing our social relationships. But also in those, we get attacked. We notice, as I talked to our friends in the fellowship yesterday with our meeting, we talked about that, is that throughout the process, when we start to disclose these things, divine will and spiritual touch and these in mysticism, as our souls harmonized, as our beings harmonized by Christ, we begin to notice impulses in other people, because we're being granted the gift of discernment, and we're seeing, oh, that's definitely, even our former impulses, we recognize, oh, that was Luciferic, that was satanic, wow. And all you can do is pray, right? And so you just can't respond. Like the idea we might have been provoked before that, or wounded, but the wounds that come externally, what was internal becomes a matter of destiny, and we become attacked also there. I'm sure people can use Christian quotes too, like say if you're a prosperity Christian, of course, the reason why we have an epistemic principle is to keep ourselves in truth, but you can be fooled and use quotes to justify anything, right? So someone, I'm sure, has said in the past that, or said to themselves, oh, I'm just coming under attack because it's Luciferic, that, you know, it's because I'm doing divine will, and I'm sure that that's been used as a excuse rather than acknowledging the truth, which is difficult, right? You can get spiritually deceived, but that's why we talk about the epistemic principle so often. And something we need to be wary of, because quite easily we can fool ourselves. But also we have to be courageous. We have to be courageous and both courageous and discerning at the same time. Full of life, yet contemplative. Full of your life, but aligning with the truth. We're about to continue our walk here. And so, it's all for, and can you see how that all aligns with righteousness? Is that as we're becoming righteous, as we talked about last week, we're becoming righteous and balanced. The righteousness in us, our connection to the truth and the harmonization with the eternal and divine will that's pulled us out of these flows. Even former friends you might have liked certain entertainments, certain things to do, certain, I don't know, getting their tops off at the beach, whatever, as we'll see a fair bit today. Whatever it might be, pulled along by the desires of modernity, they won't like it that you might stop doing certain behaviors, and people try to get you to regress towards what you were. But you've got Christ to hold to now. You know, you've got your practices. You've talked over, you've been ready for this destiny, aware that but also aware about the paranoia of necessity, aware about you'll have these temptations that come up to you that project fear of money, as Faust talks about. Faust, the story, talks about. That's the care, that's the primordial anxiety of, because you begin to disclose Christ, you then begin to have fear of, you're going through tests of faith, tests of charity, and tests of hope. But we keep going back to Christ as the peacemaker, and the peace keeps returning, and little by little he grants us faith, little by little he grants us hope. And these are life forces, these are conversions of our being. Uncreated energies, uncreated life. And that allows us to overcome these modern provokings of temptations, of Luciferic fear, of will I have money for retirement, will I have this and that, you know? The gift is Christ. He's the future. He'll lead you to what's good for you. That's why we need to be single-mindedly focused to disclose divine will. It's hard though, when you're becoming a peacemaker, when you're establishing vertical heredity, he is in you, these fears pop up, but that's part of it. You just got to keep rejecting the temptations and continue to hold to him, continue doing the practices. You see the transformation. And then of course it becomes harder when the push of destiny and existence and modernity which are these fears of the future, which are these fears of necessity. What will people think? What will this or that? But then people actively perhaps attacking you, lashing out. And then your discernment, you'll notice the demons in that. And so this is all tied up with this 8th beatitude is about the left and the right. It's about Satan and Lucifer trying to get you to oscillate, trying to ruin your righteousness, trying to ruin your harmony and balance and stop you from ingressing life and influencing other people towards Christ in his name, even unconsciously, even when you're not doing anything. You'll notice little things happen. People just do things. And you won't have said anything. I remember just marking the cross before I ate, was eating a meal, and I remember a person saying to me, whispering under their breath, "Thank me, not him," for the meal, because they'd prepared it. You see what I mean? But you can't get pissed off. It's not their essence. It's just what the principalities and powers, it's the distributed entities that modernity keeps people in prison to, that enforces that, you know. Of course you're thanking that person for the meal, but everything is God, you know. But the idea that someone would say that is just funny, isn't it? It's not really them, ultimately. It's the warped likeness, though. So it is tied up with their sin and actions, though. So, but it's not ultimately they've got the image of God in them, but still they're responsible. They have to retransform and deal with that, and that has to be acknowledged, of course. But they're not essentially that. And so I think that's a pretty good summary of what occurs on the horizontal. The life body is converted. The Christ, his life enters, he converts your vital body into him. And with that comes the faculties we've been talking about, the phenomenology we talk about, the phenomenology of spiritual experience, what you'll experience. We've gone through those things before. Spiritual touch, which is the ground, the mystic ground, among other things. Among the fire of Emmaus, which is like the heart, the gift of tears. As Teresa of Avila says, intellectual vision. But that just means felt inner certainty, but with the gift of tears as well. The heart is a synthesis of both extra or unconscious sensory and the intellectual vision's transcendent sensory, meaning just certainty, intrinsic value. We've talked about all these things before in our lectures on these things. And so Teresa of Avila says that and talks about another type of vision, which is seen, when you're seeing something. But the heart's a synthesis of those two things, because we're also of temporality, right? We're human. Christ is both, a perfect man and God. And so the heart is both of those. It's totally transcendent, but totally human at the same time. And so it's like Seraphim Rose talks about too. It's the loving heart, the sacred heart, the gift of tears, divine emotiveness, you could call it. Emotiveness, joy, sorrow, and peace and serenity. But that's a synthesis of those two things. So the certainty sent at the same time. But anyway, those sensory faculties, those transcendent unconscious faculties collaborate together just like your five senses do here to grant inner certainty, intrinsic value, intrinsic certainty can come along with spiritual experience. Of course, spiritual deception is also possible. And that's what opens up through the peacemaker process. This more closer and closer union, something that was unconscious in dreams, then parallel. Although again, dreams were never useful for me at all. They were never, I think things probably just happened unconsciously, but I barely remember them anyway. When I did, they were never of much use. They're sort of projections come into them. They can be, you know, if it seems significant and important, you can note it down or whatever, but when you're starting off this process, but it happens here and in the practice, because in the practice you become more awake and more asleep at the same time. You become more alive and you die at the same time as well. You both forget and remember at the same time. It's the art of forgetting and remembering, the art of death and life, the art of and the rhythm of, and always collaborative, and the art of sleep and waking up. But let's get a move on. Let's check the chats before we go. We'll go for a little walk and we're going to find somewhere to sit and read our book. David Walker says, good evening from California. Good evening, Mr. Walker. Matt Pierce says, bro, I was just down at Tama. I guess that's a nickname from this area. Is it Tama something? Tamara or whatnot? Glad to hear it, my friend. It's not such a nice day, but the subject is superior to the surface sense, isn't it? The whoops, there goes the old camera. And Hail Mary, full of grace says, salvate ones equals greetings all. Lowercase c, Catholic, through the whole, all embracing. Yes, that's right. There's one religion. There's one God. A Trinity. And through this also you become to recognize, and it's true, that's why all theologians must be mystics, that the Trinity is so true. Because it really affects how you worship. It really affects how you experience things, the mysteries of the Father and mysteries of the Son. I'll go into the detail of that at a later point, but because it's complicated. But you recognize that who you should call who, but also you'll be pushed in the right direction by when you do the wrong thing by Christ helping you understand. It's a truth of the practical reality of experience of the kingdom of heaven, which he promises us. Theirs will be the kingdom of heaven. He keeps his promises, my friends. Noble unknown friends, noble chads. Here we are, let's continue. Onward we go. And so we move on from there in our 8th beatitude and we reach our, and please let me know in the chat if the color goes in this. So next time I check, I can reset it, because we don't want that, it'll ruin it does really mess with the stream. People want a nice good image, it'll mess with it. So, and then the last beatitude. So we've gone from the 7th beatitude, which has peacemakers, that's to do with above and below. We've gone to righteousness. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Oh wait, no, I don't remember the exact quote. But righteousness, persecuted for my sake. That's to do with the left and right. And the last beatitude is to do with, the last beatitude is to do with below upward. Below upward. And so the hate, not all the hate that's generated is to do with this left and right. They're human harmonization. That's to do with harmonization with satanic hierarchies, Luciferic hierarchies, and the attack on harmonization that comes from that. Not all of it is that though. Some of it is because of a hate of Christ by the demons. They hate Christ because he's the only one that went and in their realm met them face to face and returned and completely resurrected. And so what that comes from, that vitriol, it's not really the humans that hate. We're unable to hate Christ. If you really know him, if he's appeared to you, if you've met him, it's impossible, because he's our prototype. I know that's a bit of a philosophical word. Remember, he's a being, it's God, it's a personal being. Just to give you an idea, he is the perfect man. He's waiting at the end of time, sending himself to us, he's a living cosmic reality now, right now, for you to interact with. Through him, through your humility, not through mapping it with these concepts and thinking you're superior to it. He is You can't hate him. If you actually know him, so pagans will often say, I see them say sometimes, oh, I converted from Christianity. High in the candle, I was an Anglican. No. Well, you didn't know, especially if that's true. Especially if that's true. Like I said, because it's impossible to hate him. He is love and has your good and best interests always in mind. He loves you and he loves them. He loves those people, and I pray for them to find him, to not be enslaved by these fallen hierarchies and pagan false gods of his existence. Man, how terrible that is. But it's impossible to hate him if you've met him, if you know him, if you've seen him. What hates him are the possession of the fallen hierarchies in those people. They hate him. Essentially, though, you can't hate him because he is your essence. You're nested in him fundamentally. And that's why people, every now and then, you see people are redeemed of that nature. People of that ilk, he's always there for them. He'll always save them, and your freedom is a chief thing he cares about, especially freedom from what's coming and the provokings of what promises a fake freedom and seeks to make them an extension, presenting freedom to be offered sex dolls, to be offered, all their desires of low provokings, but it's actually a fake freedom, as we know from the prodigal son story. Fake freedom. That's where we came from. Shame it's not more sunny, but who cares? There's stuff to look at, like this, for instance. And so, what were we saying? It's impossible to hate him. But what's coming, as we know, is those who don't make a decision eventually won't be able to make a decision. They'll be, as we see acceleration online, as we see acceleration on Twitter, people becoming more and more the provoked being in a distributed cognition, a distributed entity of some Twitter hierarchy of internet daddy. I know I talk about that a lot, but it's a really great thing, actually, to have the social media companies reveal, and even wokeism to a degree revealed, that these entities have power. And it opened up a great opportunity of reaction, which just needs to be aimed in the right direction to disclose divine will. Now more than ever, I think with the failed golden age that was presented with Trump, I think now there's a great opportunity to see that the will to power has had its go. It's had its go also for the pagans. Hopefully more and more of them are realizing it doesn't have their own good in mind. It might reward the heads of those hierarchies and those internet daddies, but it does not there's the people in those people's audiences. Hopefully, friends, you're coming and watching. Hopefully more people are wanting to actually be part of their own story, to actually do and enact a purpose that's unique and was always there for them. And only the Lord can grant that. Because the distributed entities only care about this technical goal system that's been created by the will to power. It doesn't care about you. They might learn, it's capable of learning in terms of seeing people leave, finding Christ. They're capable of watching what we're doing and then saying things. They're not capable of having the Of course, the relationship, they're not capable of that, because you have to be humble for that. But they're definitely capable of making things up or presenting something as they're all being spiritually deceived as well. Because remember, Luciferic and satanic spiritual experience is possible. But it has fundamental differences that we talk about with the epistemic principle. But they're capable of reading that material and trying to find little modes of attack. One of that is the one I just mentioned. One of those is that idea that it's not native, but it's native to everyone. It's more a native wind to your existence and existential being than anything is. Closer than the closest. Literally behind you. Your life forces are given by it, and you only recognize that through mysticism. That your true home is there. And that's where you're going back to, where you die. Thankfully, you don't go back to the ancestor when you die now. We can, since Christ redeemed everything, we can properly rest with the Father in the eternal, which is what this is all about. One day resting. One day, those things of the apocalypse, of course, will come true. There's a new heaven and a new earth. It's all being transformed. Let's walk down the hill. Probably won't sit here. It's a bit, maybe find somewhere a bit more secluded. Keep going. And so, yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for give me a moment. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad. Blessed are those, the men who will revile you. That's what this is about, the subterranean forces. So it's not ultimately them. But ultimately, one day in the far future, they'll all come to realize that it's true. Because like I said, you can't hate Christ. Eventually, the mysteries of the Father will... That's apocalypse. We're just talking about the apocalypse, weren't we? The mysteries of the Father will annihilate the dark parts of, which either happens now, either you do it now, or after death that will be annihilated. And yes, that's painful, but you don't rest in this place. Eternal hell is eternal right now. Hell is here in modernity. People are there right now. I was there. Eternal hell is something you can experience just like the kingdom of heaven, right now. And so you'll experience that after dying as well. But that non-likeness will be burnt away. But the more you let Christ ingress through you into the world, the more those eternal experiences of love and events and actions of love will live for eternity. And so more and more of it we must convert to Him, to can help as much as possible, to bring this Christ life into everything. That's what we're supposed to do. That's the mission and the name. But what does this mean? They revile you. Because closer and closer, further and further, you've come to move towards the thought of the Father, the thought that the Father has always had for you since the dawn of eternity. The star, your star, you've moved towards. Your star has been revealed to you and communicates with you, and we recognize that that is all that the best good that we could be and will be for eternity is revealed to you. Your purpose has always been there to, of course, theosis, but participating in the name as well. But thought that God has had of you for all eternity that rests in eternity as this star. And these 9 Beatitudes will always be eternal. And they are actually, the cosmic truth of them is the answer to the true principle of love, cooperation, but the true principle of evolution. What is evolution? Let me get that word, it feels a bit modern, doesn't it? Evolution. What it really is I prefer to say development sometimes. It's a development back towards the Father. Reality is the prodigal son story. We misspent the energies that were given to us. We spent them on cocaine and sex, whatever. we misspent them. The first wine. We listened to the promise of the serpent. We spent all that wealth. And then we came back to the Father and he welcomed us with open arms. He welcomed us with open arms. And so cosmically, what does it mean? What does it mean? Everything is redeemed. Or will be. We are to be the salt of the earth. We are to be the light of the world. Well, we talked about earlier, what was the first light? The first light first came from pagan clairvoyance, from Luciferic, the mysteries of light, right? The northern mysteries, southern mysteries, humanistic, because, humans are fundamentally Luciferian as well, until we're redeemed, where Christ comes.
So you've got plenty of time to get out of it.
But through him entering our life and converting our vital body to him and his life, it becomes, what's salt? Salt is what returns the life, the luster of taste, right? And so when salt's trodden underfoot, nature is fundamentally neutral because of the fall. It will obey both evil and good as it is. And so it's dying. The way earth is without Christ is dying. There's no solution but him. There's no solution but him. The only way to rediscover the true beginning and the true end by also rejecting the fake cosmology of Big Bang and of heat death, rejecting the fake cosmology. But the truth of the scientific facts will align. They do align with the truth. But you get there to see the beginning and the end, to see the initi, which is what initiation is. You get there through approaching the mystery of Golgotha, understanding the center of time, and through that, the true beginning and true end are restored through worship and prayer, of course, but through that, you can come to see with a greater certainty than deduction or induction can ever give you, a greater certainty, a greater intimacy that can ever be given to you by that, through the mystery of Golgotha. But you have to do it, don't you? And so you have the atheist, so why doesn't he show himself to me? Well, it's because of your freedom. You've got to freely love, freely approach, convert your will, authentically investigate, act first, but act authentically, not as a pragmatist. Just act, have no other thought, though. You're not there for any goal. You're not there to optimize my life. Christianity optimizes social relations. No. Act. Say. You can mean something by saying it. As an action, say it like you mean it, they say in military school. You can do that. Pray and mean it. If you find yourself not meaning it, just say, well, mean it. And then say it again. Act. Remove your motives though, just act. Even Bergson talks about that, just act. Act your way out of the prison of the intellect, act. Act your way out. This might be an interesting place to... This is the graveyard we saw across the bay before. Let's walk a bit further into it. No, I better not do that. Act. Act your way out of it. Again, you've got to remove those false projections of the future, false goals. Must be removed. Okay, give me a moment, friends. I need to find somewhere to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to find somewhere to sit to continue our toilets just down here. Perfect. St. Thomas Street. Where are we though? We are... Yeah, you guys can look at the map as well. Contemplation shelter, that's pretty cool. I like that. Oh no. Hang on a moment, everyone. I just gotta put my straps back on properly as well. Chill out for a moment. Oops. Yes. Oh, I see where we are. Cool. Good. Still fixing this strap. Give me a moment. Okay. Hopefully these toilets are open. Very well might not be. Okay. There we go. Let's tighten you, friend. Whoops. There. Easy. Done. All right. Let's walk up here. Beloved Lord, in thee, bless all those who have passed and help them find repose in the Father. Father, I pray thee in the name of Lord Jesus to help all those who have passed in this cemetery to find repose in you. Bless all their descendants. Help them find you as a fact of experience. Help them come to see you are the true King. That's worth doing at every graveyard, I think. It matters. Our prayers matter. Those who have passed, it matters to them, and it matters to... They need help. They need help, and so do their descendants. I think that's something that should probably be done on... I'm sure this is said somewhere. any pilgrimage to a new church, going to their graveyard and praying for that, and then praying for the parish. I had done that recently last Sunday, and it was very meaningful, deep, depth experience was experienced. It's just a rural church. Just a rural church. There's no other reason to be at this place. It's not of any great significance. It was just a rural church and graveyard. But that's why I was there. I came to recognize it matters. People, also the dead, you know, the saints, as we know, the whole tradition is right about all that. It's right. It's right about the saints are acting right now to help people. The saints, those that are past, the saints want you to recognize that they're acting. The Angeloi want you to know. They want nothing more than to bring you into union with him and help you. Like I said, there's a hierarchy for a reason. Because if it's just the pure being without dealing with your, well, that's quite a sizable graveyard. Very old suburb. Wow. Wow. So important we keep these things. So important. Are we going to let this spiritual being calcify because we lack the impulse to withdraw, impulse to disclose divine will and to have life ingress from the source of life? Every civilization is in a cycle and dying if it's from the pagan, if it's from the eternal recurrence. Thankfully, as Christians, what we are is founded on something that is eternal. And again, new orders, new saints, they're sent. Prophetic, revelatory. Revelation's not just a proposition written on a piece of paper or a story. It's also action and divine will. Grace is revelation, revelatory action. So all the saints are new ingressions of life. And that's what we are to found our being on, that which is vouched safe for all eternity, that which is the only true life, that which is the future and knows what is best for you. But also, he is a person. Also, he's been the perfect human. He's been the human. He takes into account, for instance, if a wife would be, it's not a matter of just becoming a monastic. Like if there's something in your being that wants a wife, that's taken into account as well. Or wants a husband, that's taken into account. He cares about what you want, but you do have to bring your will into alignment with his at the same time. But recognize you have talents, your talents. He knows the being that you've developed and the talents that you have, and they'll be put to good use. But he also knows he is the future and brings about the best good possible. It also won't be what you'd imagine and project from your current being, which has to be considered, because we have to disable for a time, withdraw for a time. I'll do this for a year. I will make sure I do this practice adamantly, prayer rule, properly, day after day after day, and do it for a year. And put all this other stuff to the side, and I will resist all the satanic and luciferic temptations that will try to make me worry about the future. that will project these modern necessities. They're false dilemmas. They're false dilemmas because the Lord knows is the future. He says the birds and the bees worry about what will come. Eventually divine will can be disclosed and you can ask what to do. You can inform all your plans, and that's the whole point. So you're not like I said already today, you're not a collection or a technical extension from a former part of your life controlling your future. Hopefully this bathroom is open today. Oh, maybe not. It looks like it might be closed. Let's have a quick look. Yeah. Maybe the ladies is open. Obviously I won't bring the camera in there. Now it's locked. Damn it. I don't really need to go, but where else could we find a bathroom around here? It's become the mission for a bathroom stream. Whew. Okay. I'm glad we came past here. I'm glad we were able to say that quick prayer. Obviously, when you come past on your own, or when I do, I sit down and do the whole practice, go towards the depths, and then do these prayers, of course. So, you know, it's not some rush thing. It's with meaning and with being. Become it, don't just surface do it. Okay. Where shall we go? Usually beaches have bathrooms, so if we just keep going, we'll go to the next beach and we'll find something. Okay. Let's see where we are. Sorry, this is a bit boring now, but find out where we are. All right, we're quite far inland. There's a small beach there. And if I bathroom. I reckon we'll be able to find somewhere. We'll just keep going down here. All right, everyone. You jump on I'm going to put you on the front for a moment. If anything comes to me, just chill out for now. Oh, hopefully you can walk through here. I guess we'll find out. I think so. Yeah, I reckon you can. I do like when there's these little hidden paths in places. It's hidden hideaways amongst the city. I guess people keep it trimmed, well trimmed. Although, I will just quickly get a drink out of my bag. Oh shit. Okay. Rest here for a moment, friends. Rest in the pocket of my bag. Oh, it's all a bit of a juggling act, isn't it? There we go. All right. Lovely. Ah. We're getting there. Let me rejuvenate more. Let me recover my power. Oh. Okay. Okay, where are we? Okay. Take a right to turn. And we're down towards this little beach. Hopefully there's a little table we can sit at, friends. Down we go. Okay. Perhaps if you're watching, you could also just pray the Jesus prayer in time with your breath too. That's what I'm doing for a while. Attending the breathing, diaphragm, combine watchfulness in the name of Jesus. Combine watchfulness and the breath with the name of Jesus. As you breathe in and out, automatically, not controlling it at all, just in its automatic harmony, just in its automatic rhythm, as it does when you're asleep. And just having your attention gently there in the belly, in the diaphragm, in the breathing, and then in your mind, letting that determine the speed of the Jesus prayer on in and out breath. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, sinner. But in your mind. And that's what a lot of people do, is they sort of take up a table early and then have a party there. You don't have to pay for a venue that way. You can see that's what they're doing over there. And we'll see if there's anything for us, maybe a bit further this way. There might be some sort of table we can set up at and read our Steiner book, which I'm actually looking forward to. I'm looking forward to this one. It looks like a private. If not, we'll keep walking. But it looks like a private house there, actually. I don't think it's possible. Yeah, let's just keep walking. I should fill up my bottle. Hang on a minute. Is this a bottle thing? Oh no, that's not. It's just a piece of paper. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Well, you might as well have a look. Have a look at the peaceful environment. This could await you. It's what most immigrants come here for. This could await you. As well as shitlib government, shitlib modernity, plus a beach to enjoy eternal hell in. Just kidding. A revolution through Christ will be brought about through all of it. All of it. He is the true revolution. The true rebellion is to disclose divine will. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep walking. Oh, there's a bin up here. Just scandalous how some people are dressed. That's the purpose of, you know, as the Desert Fathers understood, the purpose of withdrawal. That's why Athos is male, right? They're running out of clothes to not wear. Running out of clothes to not wear. Maybe the shrinking clothes, once they get to the end, that's a signal of the apocalypse, right? Where people are just running around like animals. That surface sense, that animalistic lust, that, if you understand Warhammer 40,000, that Slaaneshi, that's actually darker than Satan. It's darker than Luciferian and Satan. It's like the third. It's like a mirroring of the true Trinity, a disgusting mirroring, where you're grounded in sex drive. You're grounded in this, like, you know, the people that are in those reproductive industries, sexual industries, how they get so much surgery, they lose all contact with reality, using anything, any means to provoke some sort of low desire, and it warps them into this Slaaneshi, or yeah, Slaanesh, I think, Slaaneshi demon, the hedonistic demon, and everything's grounded in that. Steiner calls them the fallen hierarchies of the, you know, the third hierarchy, the fallen spirits of personality. And so it's linking everything to a low animalistic worship, hedonism, everything in surface sense. And you can see that whole pride industry, whole pride movement is grounded in that, where everything that impels behavior is whatever lust has been provoked, whatever, that's their God. Anyway, it's not really our subject for today, but it is relevant. The point is life, isn't it? The point is to recover life, but we do have to do a bit of understanding. Have to have we don't dwell in it, you don't identify with it in the study of Lucifer and the fallen hierarchies, Satan and the fallen hierarchies. You don't dwell in it, you don't identify with it. At a distance. At a distance, it needs to be understood. And that's one of the best things you learn from this process, is the establishment of the state of watchfulness. In your deep concentrations, it's made possible that you can observe more clearly. Oh, this is beautiful, isn't it? Wow. I think there might be more an opportunity the further down we go to find a table to sit at. The greater the opportunity to observe the temptations in action. Of course, that comes with, or what that must come with, is a recognition that the thoughts, this needs to be one of the first things you begin to recognize, and it will prove itself to you. Just because it sounds like your thought voice, most of the time that's not you, the things that come to you. And in watchfulness, you get to observe, even though he'll always be more wily, he'll always be more, he's very old. These fallen hierarchies are very old. He'll always be more wily, he'll always be more clever. The only way you can overcome him is through Christ, is through asking for his, now, maybe we can get up here. I don't think we can keep walking this way. Or maybe we can. I kind of want to see if we can keep walking on the rocks. I'll ask someone that we walk past. And so, you have to be aware what these fallen hierarchies are up to. Maybe. This might wreck my ankles, but I'm going to give it a go. Ooh, it's a bit mossy. This could be the end. This could be the end. Friends, this could be the end. Yeah, it seems all right. I got hiking shoes on. Whoa, I'm going to actually avoid this if it's that slippery. Oh dear. Evac. No thanks. Oh wait, it's mossy there too. Fuck that. Fuck that. We try. I did my best, my friends. I walked upon the breach. I saw a destiny of death, and I fled in the face of it. Yeah, there's a bit of truth in that too. Don't listen to your instincts, for one. Of course, later on, and you can actually ask him. But what this watchfulness also helps with is noticing. You become a professional noticer, as some accounts on the right wing are about noticing. But no, this type of noticing, this type of watchfulness is you're so concentrated that, well, like we said, you go to sleep and wake up at the same time. You become more awake and asleep at the same time. Because this way of Christ is a synthesis of, well, in a way, the northern and southern mysteries, it's a synthesis of ecstasy and ecstasy, subject and object, macrocosm and microcosm, going to essence of both of those things, which are, in fact, as we know, they are Christ. He is the ground of all of it. And through him, it's possible, while conscious, to see face to face, which wasn't possible before. All those former initiations were about simply coming back with a memory, but it was always marred. It was always marred by the collective, because that wasn't a complete people that had been withdrawn and he hadn't incarnated to show the way. And so it was always corrupted because the macrocosm hadn't been redeemed yet. And it's said that they always had other people involved in it. Now we can do it with Christ reliance in the tradition. Christ reliance, not 12 other people who grant the forces for some ascent into the former macrocosm, the old heaven and the old earth, remember, which wasn't truly eternal. And yes, watchfulness. You've got to listen to your instincts. But also, I do think one should be careful not to, well, especially later on, you can just ask. But you don't go wandering around, you know, I'm in union with God, I'll be completely protected, just doing whatever without asking him, without discerning. That, in a sense, can be a bit of a casting yourself off the temple. It can be a bit of experiment rather than free approach in love. It can be an experiment. And so, yeah, it's like testing fate, right? Testing fate. And that should be avoided. A bit tiring. Gotta find, let's go back on my front as we continue walking here. And then we'll find somewhere to sit down. Fucking thing. Okay. Maybe not, I don't want to record people coming up front. So, skimpily dressed people. That's the danger when you go to the coast, isn't it? It's beautiful though, it's worth it in terms of, worth it for the scenery. Risking the dangers. Oh, it looks like a bit of a national park actually, out here. We might be able to find somewhere there. Obviously, as you know, it's quite hard to pick out a, oh, this is cool. It's quite hard to pick out in advance, pick out a table or a, because you know, you have to, I don't know, it's pretty hard to find that on satellite than it is to just discover it on the way. Usually we find a table of some sort, but we will, oh, that's a bit loose, I need to work on that. We will endure onward. And so what we'll be talking about, watchfulness, that's really the great boon of what we're talking about. This watchfulness that we practice in the morning, and this peace, this return to harmony, this peacemaker this harmony of the rainbow of all forces and the cutting off from the archetypes of the unconscious, this hanged man we're becoming, this peacemaker we're becoming, this sun. Again, that card symbolically helps understand what a peacemaker is that you are pulled by celestial gravity over. If you look up go on the internet now and look up tarot hanged man, the Marcel's tarot shows the trees cut off on the left and right, 2 pillars, and he's hanging upside down, his legs at the top, and all the trees are cut off. That speaks to the archetypes, right? It's cut off from the demons, astrological impulses that we know from paganism, which still have their effect now, but thankfully we can be cut off from them by him. And so after experiencing what it's like to be, when you experience the serenity of the eternal breath, which is clearly an object, it's pulling here towards us, you'll notice that. It's a clear difference. Once you've experienced that peace, that's a comparison for later. So you're being shown what it's like to be pulled out of the fake eternal recurrence of the same. You're being shown in the depth of your practice, in the depth of watchfulness, what the true essence of things are. And then when you're discerning later and asking him questions, you have something to compare to, don't you? Because you've been a peacemaker. You've established watchfulness. And you begin to recognize when you're having these impulses that are filled with polemical excitement. They're joy, but they also contain a kind of anxiety with them at the same time. And we recognize the difference. And thank God for that. We have to get a sample though first of experience, which isn't ever just experience, a sample of what it's like, what true uncreated light is, what true uncreated energies are like, what the true peace is like. Because it's deeper than just normal peace. It's deeper than just silence of surface, than silence of the surface. And we're converted. And then of course, it's more than just an experience. You're actually sent life. The imagistic unconscious has valuative power to it. It's got life in it. It has to be converted, but the impulses and things that are sent to you are becomings, they're transformation of your being. And that might not reach your knowing to begin with. To begin with, knowing is a later thing to begin with. That it's through a becoming, it's through an acting before you're thinking that you recover safely with Christ, with an epistemic principle, the true being that you're meant to be, the true eternal, the true peace, the true life, the true destiny, providence, future, mission. As we always say, theosis is the primary purpose, but a name is always revealed in becoming towards Christ. A name is always revealed. Because in some way your talents will be put to use. I know I say this a lot, but this has to be said again and again and again and again. Because we have to allow the truth to be sent, because what comes along with it is an impulse. It's more than just a proposition that is being said even right now. When you're reading the Bible, it's more than just the propositions. Though through worship and prayer, it needs to not just come from the Bible in the sense that he's a cosmic, he's here right now as a being that you are to interact with. It's waiting for a bubbler. It's waiting for a bubbler. to find a different place to drink. But, I saw a video recently just of a few YouTubers who went out into the wilderness and just got lost and died. And they do all seem to die by kind of testing too much, even without realizing it. Testing fate too much. Some YouTuber in Arizona. You've got to recognize how fragile life is. You obviously have to be courageous, but courageous in Christ, though, is not foolhardy. It's foolish in the eyes of the world, more than any of what these people did. It's considered foolish to the eyes of the world. But yeah, there is a kind of modern foolishness where we don't realize how fragile and how the borders of things just barely hold back the dangers of nature. And there was some woman YouTuber who went into oh, they finished at the bubbler. I might go back to it, actually. Speaking of not being foolish, might as well go back to it. But yeah, she just died of heat stroke. And by the time the friends had alerted the authorities because she didn't turn up to lunch, she's dead. Wandered off into the wilderness, probably didn't drink enough, right? Not thinking that it's fragile, not thinking that you can very easily get smashed. Is that just a sign or is that a water thing? I think it's just a sign. Yeah, things are very fragile. But if you're in closer and closer union, well, you can consult him before you do things. That's another thing. And actually in the process of purification, elimination, union, of what's also called initiation, is the growing certainty of that you can do anything with God, but that you can also endure anything with God, though. Not with him to the side, not going to church twice a month, not
More than enough to grow.
Sorry about the sound, lol. That should do the trick. All right. As this the brutal Australian summer approaches, these streams will just get more and more exhaustion based, more and more recovery time. I've definitely got the English-Scottish ancestry, man, because I don't actually do that well in heat. Incredible. Where's one down? Where's one down? Speaking of that, now what were we saying? Things are fragile. Things are fragile, friends. Pardon me. Okay, this is kind of like last time. We might be able to get a rock where we can sit down and, oh wow, arms seem like they're burned even though I was wearing this linen over them. Probably just hot. Speaking of that, I'll do this button. Probably a good idea. As long as this doesn't bang. No, it's probably going to bang. Believe it or not. Okay. Here we are. Watchfulness. So important. Now where can we get a decent view? Try to get up higher. I reckon this will be our solution to do our reading. Okay. Bit of a mission to get to our reading place today. Is that a good view? It's all right. Oh. Maybe here. Cable. All right, so, okay. There's people down here. Fuck. It's a pretty decent view though. It's a pretty decent view. Let's look a bit further. Shit. There's people up here too. Fucking hell. Okay. Oh, someone's had a fire out here. Yeah. Nothing really suitable. I guess let's just keep going, see what else we find. We can always talk on the way. I don't really want to go out into the barrier, it's just stupid. Plus people will come out, there's people out there anyway. Hey. It's tiring today. And we're gonna push on to try find a place and then, oh jeez. Push on to find a place and then we'll read, hopefully do our reading, and that'll get us through because we're not walking around so much. Okay. Fading a bit. We'll just cross over this. Eh. Finally. Okay. Ah, dear. All right. At least we're on evenish ground. Although it's damp here. Sorry, I know this is a bit boring. It's a bit hard to talk when you've got on uneven terrain. As we know, these go for a long time. These old streams that we do. That's, I guess, the risk about coming to a really populated area, is that just not finding a spot to rest down our stuff and do our reading. Whereas most of the places we've done our thing have been remote. And easier to find a spot to set down our stuff that's not taken and doesn't have a million people in the front of frame. We'll see what happens. I think this might be an option. I just need to get a drink first, and then we'll go here. We'll go that way. It might not have a great view, but it's better than nothing. Actually, I'm gonna get it from the store. I know, again, boring friends. Just give me a moment to get something. Then we'll come back. That's the beach that we're at. I don't even know what this is. I've come way further south than I thought we were going to go. Shame it isn't, oh, is that on Zoom again? Oh, no, it's good. Shame it isn't sunny out. But still, you get an idea of why people come to live in this city. It's mainly for the beaches. The mountains have too many trees on them. I'm just going to hold you guys down a bit and get a drink. Here we go. Perfect. Hi, how are you going? Can I get a soda from Is that okay? Yeah. No rush. Sorry, I know you're about to close. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Here we go. This might be, maybe not.
Where do you lift your feet when you walk? Might be good.
O je, ovo sam ti htjela reći. To sam ti htjela reći. Znaš ti, jel ti kada sjećaš nogu? Sjećaš u nogu. Jesi ti vidjela kako se njim nogu? Kako se njim? Sad znaš šta je?
Znate, nemojte novinu obučkavati.
Never going to get it perfect, friends. Might have some background noise, but I can see if the noise cancelling will probably get rid of most of that. Okay. Perfect. I mean, that's all right. There's a bit of a view here. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. There's our book. See if the stand might not be suitable, but maybe it will work. How annoying. Maybe that'll... Or it can be here. Yeah, kind of needs to be back here. Oh no, that works. That works. As long as no one knocks it, that'll be fine. All right. Yes, finally. How's it looking, friends? It smells like barbecues here. Ah, much better. Give me a moment and we'll get into it. Where are we? We are about 3 hours in. Perfect time to lead us through the finish, I think. Let's check on the old chat. It's been ages since I checked this. Oh, there's quite a lot of chats here. Hang on a minute. Hail Mary full of grace says, just another tacky cryptic joke. I will stop making them. They never land. Yeah, I didn't know what you were saying. Unknown friend is here saying hi. Hello, my friend. Lemonhead. I like your joke, says Lemonhead. They're all speaking to each other. And these are comments from when I was in the wilderness, spaced rock climbing. Scott's on a mission to escape the humans, basically. But at least we found these quadrant chairs to sit at. Even though there's a bit of noise, I can turn the noise cancelling on in a second. But we're about to get into our reading. Plenty of content though here today. If you look back into the stream, we were probably talking for about 2 hours. And it looks like we've got a nice view. And you can see me very clearly there too. I might just move it a touch to the right. And you'll have you got a bit of a view there. That's pretty good. Von Hohenheim says, cheers mate, God bless you. Hail Mary full of grace says, I'm glad you do these wisdom plus walking sessions. Too unwell to hike and miss it. The vicarious experience is better than none at all. Yeah, it's true. Also, it is always good to do things in person, and we're going to eventually have, with the fellowship going around in... Tell me in chat if you want me to turn the noise cancelling on, by the way. To me, it should be because it's so much closer to my voice. It should be fine with the background talking. We could even pan it over a little bit more. And, okay, that's all the chats. Everyone caught up? I'll just have a bit more drink. And feel free to send through any video links that you want us to have a look at if we get to that segment, because we missed out on that the last few weeks, getting to the segment of looking at the laptop, having a laptop open. We might do that today. But we're recording a dialogue with, back home in the studio. We might need to leave a little bit early to make that as well. Now we've travelled so far south. But we're recording a dialogue with the dialogue with the Catholic man. Determined to be Catholic. His channel is called. We've actually reviewed some of his videos before. But thanks for tuning in, everyone. It's good to, like you said, it's good to build a community. The point is what we really need is withdrawal towards Christ anyway. So it's a spurring on of mysticism, a spurring on to go to the depths, which we're all supposed to do on our own. Of course, the community aspect is important to the life of Christ, when two or three are gathered in my name, as the Lord says, but it's quite fitting that we work towards the depths, just like the desert fathers when they withdrew. And eventually there is the full intention to, as we have with the fellowship, we have our monthly meetings. There is the full intention to have meetings and to have fellowship, in-person stuff. It's just a matter of time. You've got to be patient with these things. It'll be when the Lord wills it at the right time. That could be 10 years, you know? Noise cancelling would be great. Okay, I'll turn it on. They're not talking at the moment anyway, but I'll turn it on. And so it is on. It is on, friends. Doesn't sound as nice and earthy. Doesn't have my deep tones. It seems like no one's here now anyway. Although I can't tell, maybe they're just sitting there. I'm gonna have a look because it's got a better view, although I don't know if I can be bothered moving around. Well, they did leave. I think it's better where we are. It's better where we are. I can even come out here and give speeches, right? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? My name is Gladiator. All right. Contra Mundrum says, may Christ bless your work. Afternoon, Aussie sunshine. Yeah. Usually, well, there'll be plenty of time for that, guys. We're going to be sweating in summer. It's only spring, and it's already brutal. Well, it's not brutal, but we'll be taking it a bit more easy, I think. Making sure we get this reading in earlier and space out those breaks to recover, because it's going to be hot, and these streams are coming in once a week anyway. I think they're a good example. I getting a bit heart palpitations there. I might be drinking too much caffeine. It's a good example, though, of people would wonder, how am I able to talk this long? Going for almost 5 hours. Well, of course, it's about asking the Lord as well, man. Praying for help to speak the truth and to be speaking in the truth and not to dip into unfortunate error. Because that can happen. I'm not going to be right about everything. But that's the whole point of an epistemic principle. It's to look towards tradition, to look towards the saints as well, right? It's a collective endeavor. Only nothing is done in a vacuum. Of course, as an individual, we can have that personal certainty with the Lord, as he promised us. Everything grounded in him, even our epistemic principle grounded in him primarily, so he can reveal his divine will to us. But it's with the church fathers of the past and present, also to guide, right? It's not in a vacuum, and we've got a lecture on that, as I always say. The epistemic principle, just look that up. Just search it on inside the YouTube channel at Scott Mannion. YouTube/Scott MANNION. You can just click on the lectures are all in. There's only 1 or 2 lectures that are in the video section. All right, anthroposophic guidelines. Well, actually, just guidelines, I mean to say. Thought guides. We are reading today. Steiner. What's so interesting about this text is it comes in 1925. And so what Steiner has been through, and with the people that are around him, are the World War, are the ravages of the beginning of total mobilization of modernity, are the Industrial Revolution, the same thing that Pope Leo was dealing with back then. A bit after that, Steiner, we're all facing the ramifications of that. But then the World War happened as well. And so there's been a tragic loss, but also 2 years previously, all his work led up to, and whatever you think about him, there's a lot of truth in his work. Valentin Tomberg also agrees with that. He's not right about everything. especially with relation to the church. But they went through the tragedy of World War One, and you see that throughout the lectures when you're listening to them. But also the tragedy of they spent all this time building off a Christian impulse to build their own building, which burnt down 2 years previously. They had the tragedy of that, it burning down all this stuff that they'd moved towards. And as we know, and we've said before, this all should have been within the church. But still, to have it burned down, that's a tragedy. You know, these are people that are working towards Christ, and you can't argue that he does have, he is an initiate, and he is, his angelology is very striking, and Valentin Tomberg talks about that as well. And Valentin Tomberg's a Catholic, by the way. And he can't be denied that he is following, he's not right about everything, like I said, but following divine will. So I'm going to just change the wording. Anytime he mentions anthroposophy, I'm going to change that to just spiritual knowing. And the same with, if he mentions spiritual science, I'm just going to change that to Christian knowing or depth Christianity. Because really these things shouldn't be called. Anyway, you know what this is, I'm telling you up front. But because I'm not an anthroposophist, and I've told you, I'm telling you up front, but anyway, that's just how I'm going to do it. You can read the book yourself if you want to, if you're an anthroposophist watching this. So, spiritual knowing, or depth Christianity, is a path of knowledge which would guide the spiritual and the human being. This is guidelines. In the human being to the spiritual in the cosmos. It manifests as a necessity of the heart and feeling. It must find its justification in being able to satisfy this need. Only those who find in spiritual knowing, in depth Christianity, what they seek in this respect can appreciate it. Therefore, only those who feel certain questions about the nature of man and the world as basic necessities of life, like hunger and thirst, can be Christians. I mean, again, that's how I'm translating this word. Can be of spiritual knowing. Spiritual knowing, depth. The Christianity of the depths imparts knowledge obtained by spiritual means. Yet it only does this because everyday life, and actually Steiner has said it's nothing more than a continuation of what, like we read in the last book when we finished up the 3 lectures, he said that. It's nothing more than a continuation of what Thomas Aquinas was doing. So it's quite, if anthroposophists are watching, it's quite within that scope to change it to this. Just because those words carry a certain stuff with them. And we know what the truth is, right? And even what he's talking about, it's always about Christ, right? So if it's a continuation of Aquinas and what he was doing, then we are, again, it's justified. So, spiritual knowing, depth Christianity, imparts knowledge obtained by spiritual means. It only does this because everyday life and a science dependent upon sense perception, the surface world, and intellectual activity lead to a boundary where the human being's soul must wither if it can't cross. And I would add, and experience it directly. This everyday life and this science or knowing cannot lead to, because all science really means is knowing and a method of knowing, right? The word even is Latin for knowing. And so this everyday life, and it's a Latinate word, knowing is, I think, a Saxon word. So this everyday life and this knowing do not lead to the boundary in a way that one is prevented from crossing it. Rather, at this boundary of sense perception, The view of the spiritual world is revealed by the soul itself in depth Christianity. I'm not saying that what he's doing is that. I'm just saying that that's what he's trying to achieve. But the true depth of the church is the mystics, is the saints, right? That's why I'm saying that. Anyway, I've said that up front. So some people think that all insights end at the boundaries of sense perception. If they were attentive to how they become conscious of these boundaries, they would also find in this very consciousness the capacity to transcend these boundaries. A fish swims to the boundaries of water. It must go back because it lacks the physical organs to live out of water. Man arrives at the boundaries of sense perception. He can realize that on the way there is sufficient strength of soul. Their sufficient strength of soul has been acquired to live in the elements which are not limited by sense perception. Man these are guidelines, I should label them their number. Man requires knowledge of the spiritual world for security in his feelings and for the healthy development of his will. Then he can sense to a large extent the greatness, beauty, wisdom of the natural world. As we know, it's through Christ that the truth of reality is revealed. Through the light of the word, the legitimate twofoldness. And so the latter does not, however, answer the questions about his own being. This being holds the matter and forces of the natural world together in the living human bodily form, only until the person crosses the threshold of death. At that point, nature takes over the form. It cannot hold it together, only tear it apart. Great, beautiful, wisdom-filled nature may answer the question of how the human form disintegrates, but not how it's held together. You could even see a polarization of Wilzermacht, will to power, and the cooperative, the two principles that occur in living in nature. Let's put that up over here, actually. No theoretical objection can erase this question from the sensitive human soul if it does not wish to deceive itself. Its presence must ceaselessly maintain the desire for spiritual paths, and there's one path, of course, in Christ, which he knows that, for spiritual paths to knowledge of the cosmos in every human soul which is truly awake. You know, where most people, we're living in a lukewarmness and it's reinforced as the norm. The whole of modernity is reinforcing it as the norm to, if you go towards a position of what is actually truth and how things are supposed to be, you're considered abnormal for being Christian now, you know? That is one good thing about America, is that at least, even though a lot of it is fake and grey, as someone like Dyer would say, at least it's publicly said, openly declared in the political world as well. And so the human being needs spiritual self-knowledge, and transcendent knowledge actually, for inner peace. He finds himself in his thinking, feeling, and willing. He sees how thinking, feeling, and willing are dependent upon the natural human being, where health and illness are concerned. They must follow the physical body and its strength and debilitation. Sleep extinguishes them. Life's experiences show how dependent spiritual experience is on the physical body. One may therefore come to the conclusion that self-knowledge is lost. And speaking of that, I probably should have eaten this morning because I feel a bit, I've put too much caffeine. It is dependent on the body. And so one may therefore come to the conclusion that self-knowledge is lost amidst these everyday experiences. Then the essential question arises whether self-knowledge and therewith certainty about the true self, transcendent self, beyond ordinary experience is even possible. Depth Christianity, spiritual knowing, wishes to answer this question based on sound spiritual experience. Like I often say, it's like Christ as a mystic fact is possible. Like he says, a new heaven and a new earth, the kingdom of heaven is at hand, friends, and can be experienced if the time's put in. And so anyway, it is not based on mere opinion or belief. It's not a postulative faith, it's a direct fact of experience as revealed if one puts the time in. And to know it, not only just to be not a spiritual drunkard, but to have an epistemic principle, a criterion of truth to determine what's true of that experience. And so it's rigorous as well as being full of life at the same time. It's not a Blavatsky, it's not an Eastern woo. It's very careful, full of life though, and full of courage at the same time. And care. Sound spiritual experience. And in fact, more certain than it, like I know I say this a lot, more certain than any deduction, more certain than any inference or generalizable induction from the scientific method, generalizable truth. It's essential truth, material truth from the ground of being, a higher certainty. And that's what the metaphysician does is abstracts from nature and his observations of the surface, abstracts principles and laws from deduction and induction. What we're talking about is looking through the senses, through spiritual practice, through Christianity, through depth Christianity, through mysticism, to the essence of things, to see the beings directly, not create abstract laws out of them, to actually interact directly with the angeloi, the spiritual hierarchies, and the Lord, who actually allows this thing to be manifested at all. That's the difference. That's what Valentin Tomberg characterizes as Christian Hermetic philosophy, which is what really Aquinas is involved with. Although he's not a mystic, though. True theology, as the Orthodox theologians are quite right when they talk about that, is based on the true. It starts with mysticism. It all starts with mysticism. And so, 6, when we look at lifeless nature, we find a world revealed in coherent relationships. We investigate these relationships and find that they are the functions of natural laws. But we also find that through these laws, lifeless nature unites with the earth as a whole. Holistic knowing. From this unification of the lifeless with the earth, we can then proceed to a contemplation of the plant world. We see how the cosmos beyond the earth sends the forces from outer space, which extracts life from the lap of the lifeless. We become aware of the essence of the living, which extracts from the mere earthly and manifests what works down upon the earth from the distance of cosmic space. His wording is a bit of that era when he's talking about cosmic space and outside. And so you got to understand that. Because, of course, earth is the center of reality. Christ is the earth, is in the earth, it's the true center. But anyway, in the most insignificant plant, we become aware of the essence of the cosmic light beyond the earth. Just as a luminous object is reflected in the eye. At such enhanced contemplation, we can observe the difference between the earth physical, which governs the lifeless, and the outer earthly vital. But we were talking about the vital body. He says etheric. I'm going to translate when he says etheric into vital, because that's what it is in more psychological terms. And when he says astral, that's the psychological body. So I'm just going to translate that as well. And that's according to Tomberg as well. So because etheric and astral just seem weird in modern terms, but that's what it means, and it connects with Jungian psychology, which acts in living things. And also meaningful in this is he dies. Where does this begin? These guidelines were written from February 1924 to March 1925. He dies in March 1925. So these guidelines are a countdown to his death as well. So it's all the more meaningful in that sense. And I think he spends the last few years of his life, or even last weeks, he does about 70 lectures in the last 3 weeks of his life or something. So it's pretty incredible that he was serving Christ, doing his best to serve Christ all the way up to the end. And so this goes for, these guidelines begin and then they end, and they essentially come to the whole, that's why we're reading them. It encompasses all the conclusions that he came to through all his work from philosophy into spiritual and theological and practical. And so just keep that in mind. It's very meaningful. And even we find out at the end is that it says, essentially it's 3 weeks before he dies, is that Rudolf Steiner died on March 30, 1925. And the last words of this book are the last words he wrote. So just be aware of that. It's because we're going to go through the whole thing. It'll probably take, like the other lecture series did, the other book took like 10 weeks. We'll get through the whole thing. And so when we look at the lifeless nature, we find a world revealed. Oh wait, we've read that bit already, sorry. All right. Seven, we find man as an ensouled spiritual being placed in this earthly and outer earthly world. As long as he is in the earthly element which contains the lifeless, he carries his physical body with him. When he develops the forces which insert the living form from the cosmos into the earthly, he has an a vital body, or life body. You know we were talking about earlier, Christ is also the life. That's part of his transformation of your vital body. That's also what Steiner is talking about here. As a deeper part of your being, just consider that you're unconscious. Everyone knows you have an unconscious. All the way down to Christ that people are just unaware of course, right? How they're nested in him. So this contrast between the earthly and the vitalic, the vital, we know what vital force is, the vital, has been completely overlooked by modern thinking. For this reason, the most irrational views about the vitalic have ensued. Fear of losing oneself in the fantastic has prevented discussion of this contrast. Without consideration of this contrast, however, no insight into man and the world is possible. 8. One can contemplate the nature of man insofar as it is revealed by his physical and vital body. We find, however, that whatever is revealed from these sources does not lead to consciousness but remains in the unconscious, like we were just mentioning. Consciousness is not illuminated but darkened when the physical body and the vital body's activity is increased. Even fainting spells can be the result of such increases in activity. Through such, and that is what the difference, also the Christian difference when it comes to the Christian mystics, is that it's not a dissolution of consciousness, it's actually an overactive intellect. And when you have a full ecstasy for a saint, it's overactive. That's, I think Tom Berg well articulates that when he talks about the differences in mysticism, compared to yogis. And so it's not the destruction of the person, it's actually an overactive intellect when they have a full out of body and a full St. John of the Cross style black. Anyway, so it is not active when the physical and vital elements are active through their own forces. But when these cease their activity, we arrive thus at the concept of the psychological body. And these are where the archetypes of the unconscious are. We were talking about before. It's the connected with the macrocosm. Astrological influences are those 12 archetypes, are those things. So 9, just to translate it into more what people are more familiar with Jungian psychology or modern psychology. And again, we know that's real for when we see that occurs with when you project, when you fall in love with someone and from within you something projects on them. It's not their true nature, but that sudden increase in impulsion towards that person, almost unnatural, right? And they've been forced into a higher valuation, a higher vital forces directed towards that person. That's an archetype, projecting. And so anyway, 9, the reality of the vital body, of the psychological body, is found when we advance from meditation by the thinking which is situated from without to inner contemplation. From this, one must inwardly seize this thinking stimulated from without and intensively experience it in the soul as much as such without relation to the outer world. And then, by means of the soul strength acquired by this seizing and experiencing, become aware of the fact that inner organs of perception exist, unconscious faculties, as we talked about, that were before the fall. And so they exist with which spiritually see. There, where the animal and human physical and vital bodies or vital unconscious are bounded in order that consciousness can arise. And so keep in mind when thinking about all this and reading Steiner is that in that era, it was all to do with the will. And I think he understands by the end of it that it's collaborative. He even talks about that. It can only happen morally and being granted to you by Christ. So keep that in mind, that the true frame to understand is the passive active. It's always collaboratively with Christ if you try to do it in a will to power way. And this is why, unfortunately, the anthroposophists are all, the practices only specialize. They don't actually bring what was allowed for Rudolph. In our era, it became too technicalized, right? So Valentin Tolberg fixes that, bringing in the true Christian elements. Well, they're not even bringing them in because he's Catholic. It's the living Christian Jesus prayer. Understanding, though, he articulates it in a way that understands that it's passive active. Anyway, let's continue. Good to always do that. Good to always do that because people, you can be imprinted with things and can mislead. So anyway, become aware of the fact that inner organs exist. 10, consciousness does not arise through a continuation of those activities which derive from the physical and vital bodies. Rather, because of these bodies, both of these bodies must reach rock bottom, or even below that, in order to make room for consciousness. They are not the originators of consciousness, this knowing space that we have that's developed over time, but merely provide the platform on which the spirit must stand in order to generate consciousness in earthly life. Just as man on earth needs a platform on which to stand, a throne, the spirit needs the material foundation of earth on which it can develop, can evolve. However, as a planet in space does not need a ground under it in order to claim its place, so the spirit, whose contemplation is not directed through the senses towards the material, but by its own forces towards the spiritual, does not need this material foundation in order to trigger its conscious activity. Okay, just checking the old chats again. And so, Contra says, love the rusty impersonation. Yeah, old Crowy. And then Contra, can't help but think of my name. My name is Jeff. I don't know what that is. Sorry, I'll shut up now. Okay. God bless you. 11. Self-consciousness, which summarizes itself in the I, alights from consciousness. This happens when the physical and vital bodies or vital unconscious are deconstructed by their own forces, thereby allowing the emergence of the spirit, the spiritual in man. The deconstruction of these bodies creates the ground on which consciousness is born. Reconstruction must follow, however, if the organism is not to be destroyed. And think about this, the first wine's given, it's like we were talking about before. The reconstruction happens from Christ. A lot of people become broken in their middle age and they never recover, and they can't let go of their youth, right? Living off high school memories, whatever it might be. When the true life actually is open to you, you're supposed to move towards Him to discover the truth, true life, not live off this dead first wine, because it's out of energy, it's out of its low will to power luster. And you'll find as this aging group of people that are tied up with will to power, they'll come to realize that as it starts to ravage them and they become crystallized, become bark, exploited bark. Just think about how much the political types exploit their online audiences. That'll also happen from the other cultural side of will to power as well, where they live these heightened economic lives through the people that pay them money, and then it's at the expense of the people. They're not helping the people. Whereas, of course, as we know through Christ, it radiates through everyone and it spreads because the abundance from which it comes is endless from the eternal. It's not a sucking of this first money that's given from the prodigal son's father. It's not a sucking that from other people. It's a doubling effect. It's a radiation. People, we radiate, we don't suck, because it's a Christ sufficient. There's no such thing as self-sufficiency, right? But you can think about it like self-sufficiency. It's Christ sufficiency, but you're not reliant on any energy. It's through Christ, but also collectively through Christ together, but also directly from the eternal. Whereas any type of self-esteem, self-spirit, right? That whole movement of self-esteem in the 90s, it's all rubbish, of course, but it doesn't even have its own energy. It actually just builds delusion. Anyway, 11. Like we said, deconstruction of these bodies creates the ground on which consciousness is born. Reconstruction must follow. However, if the organism is not to be destroyed, therefore, if for the experience of consciousness deconstruction takes place, the deconstructed must be reconstructed. Self-consciousness lies in the perception of this construction. What is this construction? It's becoming, right? One can become in Christ. One can follow this process by interior vision. Now, that's something that comes later, but remember, it's always the uncreated that's the primary. One can sense how the conscious is transformed into the self-conscious, in that one creates from one's self an after-image of the merely conscious. Consciousness possesses its own image in the organism vacated, as it were, through deconstruction. Deconstruction. It becomes self-consciousness when the emptiness is refilled from within. The being capable of this fulfillment is experienced as I. Let's read that again. It becomes self-consciousness when the emptiness is refilled from within. This kind of corresponds to when Heidegger's talking about that self-referential intellect is this being, this Dasein, this openness being, this knowing space that we are, that looks at things, is held out into the nothing. It's sort of removed from world to a degree. And the answer isn't a nature mysticism. It isn't to make union with nature. It's to synthesize, to make union with God, who's the essence of world and the essence of self at the same time. It's to reunify consciously with the Lord through Him, through His gospel, through the practices of the tradition. And so 12, the reality of the I is found when inner contemplation, by means of which the psychological body is cognitively grasped, is developed further, and living thinking is permeated with the will in meditation. Living thinking is permeated with the will in meditation. And that's true of the process, is that what is kind of, when we begin, our memory is sort of grey, what we visualize is grey, lifeless, feelingless. But what comes alive is the true action of the unconscious, where we begin to realize and experience the power, as we become more objective and less subjective, of the real value of power and the real impulses from the unconscious. Of course, we have to dissolve the false Holy Spirit, the arbitrary part of our being and nature at the same time. And that's, of course, we must be careful with the epistemic principle, but the true life that is deeper down in our being is revealed, where we're really connected with the Logos at the ground of our being and the object too. But of course, at the same time, it's courageous, but also knowing and taking care and discerning. So in this way, thereby one has allowed a spiritual element to enter into this thinking, just as color, because remember how we were saying earlier that we're supposed to be following Christ's divine will and being an impulse from him cosmically. The Gospels are a really, really, of course, important part of your conversion to this, but it's also interacting with him directly. And the Gospels lead to that, awaken that as the sacred and miraculous that they are. But directly, he's directly at the ground of your being. He lives now. The kingdom of heaven is at hand, right? So that's why true theology is mysticism. It comes from the actual direct relationship with God through worship, directly, right? So anyway, in this way, what one has passively been able to bring to life in consciousness can be recreated by an act of will, and in the act of will, the perception of one's I is enabled. Again, just keeping in mind this idea that it's framed from the perspective that you do it all yourself, and it's always collaborative. Just reminding you. 13, by means of meditation, one finds the I that emerges in ordinary consciousness in 3 additional forms. 1, in the consciousness which perceives the vital body, the I appears as an image, which, at the same time, is an active being and as such imparts shape, growth, and formative forces to man. 2, in the consciousness which perceives the psychological body, the I is manifested as a member of a spiritual world from which it derives its forces. 3, in the consciousness just described as the last to be achieved, the I reveals itself as an autonomous being, relatively independent of its spiritual environment. I would say, well, he does say this too, is that the truth of it is actually it's first the point of potentiality, it's first spiritual touch, it's first mysticism, and then gnosis, and then magic, or the miraculous, or the imagistic, right? So it's always that primary uncreated, and the other things are secondary to that. But he does talk about that. But it starts with what you see first is the imagistic, which begins to be dissolved to go to the 0 point, I suppose you could call it. Because we're withdrawing, right? And we have to dissolve the first power of the imagistic in the unconscious, so we can have clean inspiration from the objective Ungaloi and the Lord. Yeah. Anyway, we're reading him, not me, but that's just what we do. We do comment on these things. So 14, the second form of the I, which is that which was indicated in the 13th guideline, emerges as an image or picture. By becoming aware of this image nature, light is also thrown on the essence of thinking, in which the I appears in normal consciousness. One seeks the true I by all kinds of reflections, but a serious insight into the experiences of this consciousness shows that one does not find the true I therein. What appears is rather a reflection of thought, one which is less than an image. One realizes the one realizes the truth of this fact when one progresses to the I as an image that lives in the vital body. And by this means, one is finally urged correctly to seek the I as the true being of man. Really, that's going from the imagistic to more and more essential out of the imagistic, right? That's what you want, to be interacting on that raw mystic point of potentiality as uncreated, mystic touch as spiritual touch, and the heart, as we talked about earlier. But that's true. If you think about it, what you're used to with thinking and thought is just the after image. The thought comes to us. That's the last thing. It's the last crystallization, propositionalization in the state of watchfulness from doing the Jesus prayer, from doing the concentration without effort. We do get closer and closer to this imagistic, and this is where the thoughts are sort of sent from originally, right? And we notice it has this valuative power. It's not just it's not just this proposition, this verbal sound in our mind. It comes from this, how is it put? Language is the house of being, or the voice that whispers is the house of language. It's sort of being as a whole is where the thought's essence from. And you also notice, right, is that when you get used to thinking no, rejecting temptations, practicing in your morning practice every morning, you'll notice that you actually know what the thought is before it's propositionalized in your mind, and you've already rejected it. You already know what it is. You get so used to it that you say no to it before it's even verbalized in your mind. But we only really experience the surface experience of thought is that verbalization, but it's actually recognized as the full thought before that. And in this process, you're going to sleep and more awake at the same time, and so you actually get closer to that unconscious from where those thoughts are sent, and that's sort of what he's talking about here. And from this means, one is finally urged to correctly to seek the I as the true being of man. 15. The insight into the form in which the I lives in the psychological body or the psychological unconscious leads to a correct feeling for the relations between man and the spiritual world. This I form is submerged in the dark depths of the unconscious for normal experience. In these depths, man connects with the spiritual cosmic being through inspiration. Only an extremely weak feeling like reflection of this inspiration, which resides in the depths of the soul and derives from the distant breadth of the spiritual world, is accessible to normal consciousness. You'll only recognize it to begin with in the slight change of mood or the slight increase of or decrease of vitality in normal experience without going through monastic-like practices. There are clues, though. There are clues and analogies from normal surface experience that he'll probably go into from memory. 16. The third form of the I gives the insight into the autonomous being of man within a spiritual world. It stimulates the feeling that the human being's visible, earthly, material nature is only the physical manifestation of what he is in reality. Say that again. The third form of the I gives the insight into the autonomous being of man within a spiritual world. It stimulates in us the feeling that the human being's visible earthly material, and Christ shows this to us, nature is only the physical manifestation of what he is in reality. And you can at least say that of Jung, is that at least these psychological sciences open the door for this to bring people back from the edge of the shit-lib interpretation of the Scientology, that it's all just material. Because those are collective, essentially like a collective narrative demon that keep people from actually investigating themselves. And like I say, man, if you want this proven to you, all you have to do is do the depth practices. As we talk about, you Don't take my word for it. You can find it for yourself. But you have to go through the whole process, of course. All the saints and sages didn't say this stuff for nothing, my friend. I mean, I used to think, oh, these people must be deluded. People don't write and lecture about something that's false for 40 years of their life with greater certainty when they have full experience of the whole scientific world and walk away from the scientific world and even try to unify them. People don't do that for 40 years and do over 300 lectures and a whole devoted life without triviality, but with fully understanding the scientific method for nothing, my friends. And when you look at the work, you can't help but be compelled by it, that it's true. So anyway, and so this third form of the eye gives the insight into the autonomous being of man within the spiritual world. It stimulates the feeling that human beings' visible earthly material nature is only the physical manifestation of what he is in reality. Thus, the starting point for true self-knowledge is given from the self, which shapes man in his reality, from the self which shapes his man in his reality, he is only revealed to knowledge when he advances from the thought of the eye to its image. Like the imagistic is of the unconscious is something different. Again, it carries evaluative power. It's not just this dead sense experience, right? It's something that carries inspirative power that you experience if you're observing such a thing. And so from the image to the image, that's what imagination truly is. It's the unconscious in a observable form. It's not fancy. It's not just the things that appear to you in your mind, although they are expressions of it. Anyway, from the image to the image. From the self which shapes man in his reality is only revealed to knowledge when he advances from the thought of the eye to its image, from where it's sent. From the image to the image's creative force. You see what I'm talking about here? And from there to the spiritual bearers of these forces. Spiritual bearers. Do you see what we're saying? It's getting through the imagistic. Because, orthodoxy is quite right to be careful about that. The bearers of these forces. To do that, discernment is needed. That's not what he's saying, but I'm saying that. Man is a being whose life evolves in the middle of two world regions. And then there's a footnote here, most likely 3 worlds is meant. Translation. In the development of his physical body, he is integrated in a lower world. With his soul, he forms a middle world, as I've formerly called the in-between. He strives towards a higher world. Through his spiritual forces, he develops his physical body with what nature has given him. He bears his soul being as his own contribution. He finds the spiritual forces in himself as the gifts which lead him beyond himself towards participation in a divine world. 18. The spirit is creative in these 3 worlds. Nature is not spiritless. And as we know, you have arms and legs because of a will to grasp at the expense of others and a will to advance at the expense of others. You don't have a will because of limbs. You have limbs because of will. Beneath will is spirit. Matter is the enfoldment and crystallization of spirit. As you descend actually through emanation to creation to sphere of emanation, sphere of creation, sphere of form, and then finally actuality. And that's an enfoldment from the spiritual. So the spirit is... I said that already. Oh, hang on a minute. No, I didn't. With his soul, he forms the middle world, and he strives towards a higher world. Through his spiritual forces, he develops his physical body with what nature has given him. He bears his soul being as his own contribution. He finds the spiritual forces in himself as the gifts which lead him beyond himself towards participation in a divine world. The spirit is 18. The spirit is creative in these 3 worlds. I think I already said this, sorry. Nature is not spiritless. One also loses knowledge of nature if one is not aware of the spirit in it. Nevertheless, one will find the spirit in nature as though sleeping. Just as sleep has its function in human life, and the eye must sleep for certain periods in order to be fully awake at others, so must the cosmic spirit sleep in nature's realm in order to be fully awake in another. 19. In respect to the cosmos, the soul of man is a dreamer if he doesn't pay attention to the spirit which works in him. He's just a dream. The spirit awakens the soul dreams, which play out in his inner life, to participation in the cosmos, from which man's true being originates. Just as the dreamer shuts himself off from the physical environment and closes himself in his own being, so his soul must lose its connection to the world spirit from which it originates if he refuses to hear the wake-up call of the spirit within. So his soul must lose its connection to the world of spirit from which it originates if he refuses to hear the wake-up call of the spirit within. And how many people are refusing that in this life? There's calls that they're rejecting and they think are something else. They get a dog, they become a cat and mom. They're actually being called to come towards him. And they try to fill it with something lukewarm, as we often talk about. It's unfortunate. The correct development of man's soul life requires that he be fully conscious of the spirit's action within him. Many adherents of the modern scientific worldview are so caught up in their prejudices that they consider general causality to be dominant in all the world's phenomena. And if man thinks that he can be the cause of something, it is an illusion. Modern science wishes to follow observation and experience with the best of intentions, but due to the prejudice about the hidden causality of human motivation, it sins against this principle. For free acts deriving from the inner human essence is an elementary result of self-observation. It must not be denied, but brought into harmony with insight into the general causality in natural law. 21. Non-recognition of this motivation from the spiritual core of the human being is the greatest hindrance to attainment of insight into the spiritual world. For the inclusion of one's own being in the natural scheme of things diverts attention from this being. One cannot penetrate into the spiritual world unless one grasps the spirit where it is directly revealed in objective self-observation. Self-observation establishes the beginning of spirit observation, and it can establish the correct beginning. Because through correct reflection, one cannot stop short at it, but must advance to further spiritual cosmic substance. This, as the human body atrophies, when it does not receive physical nourishment, so does the correctly self-observing person feel his self atrophy if he does not see how the forces of his active spiritual world outside him are working into it. The whole point of this is to become conscious of how the Lord, to meet him. It's required that we know him and find him. Become conscious of the provokings of modernity, of the low impulses. We have to be responsible for it. We have to... now we've reached such a level of development that it's now up to us to come towards him. We're not like the 15th century led by archangels like Joan of Arc. She was inspired by one. But we're in an era now where we only can find, it's our mission to actually find the directives of the Ungaloi, of the folk Ungaloi as well, to what folks or certain peoples are supposed to do and what individuals are supposed to do. But it has to be through us putting the time in to find it. It's not something that happens automatically anymore. Hence you can see why modernity's taken over everything. Everything's become surface motivation. But actually there are directives and missions out there for all these groups. But they're now, because it's now our responsibility, everything's going to shit. Everything's going to shit, friends. Nathan Higgers says, are you Christian or Judeo-Christian? I'm Christian. You don't watch this stream, clearly. Anyway. What time is it, friends? My energy is a bit low, I've got to say. I might bring this one to a close early. I should have eaten this morning. I should have eaten today. Can't have any more caffeine either. I want to get like heart palpitations or something, so I might bring this to a close now, I think. A bit early, but an hour early. I think we got started about, when did we get started? 4 hours ago? So not bad. Not bad. How long is that now? 4 hours. Yeah, we've had a good run. If you wanted to say anything or have me look at anything, now's the time, friends, because we're going to bring this to a close. As we ended on that point of the midpoint, we are atrophying. Now we have to look towards him and disclose divine will, like we mentioned about the Ungaloi, and every people has an archangel. But more importantly, it's Christ, and everyone has a purpose and destiny, but you have to approach him because of how freedom is. It's now up to us to come towards him, and he'll, of course, he's always there waiting, like the prodigal son. It's up to us to turn back, to continue, and to participate in the mission of bringing about the full glory of Christ entering all aspects of life. That's what's coming. That's what's going to come. It looks like all the things are deteriorating. The pagan world is deteriorating. The leftovers of Greek metaphysics are deteriorating. The technical civilizational are deteriorating. People are going to rely on AI. That's the rise of the flood. The flood is only going to occur. It's only a temporal flood. I mean, that's still everything, right? It's a psychic flood for all the people that aren't rooted in the lifeboat of Christ, but he's outside of that, at rest. His impulsions are at rest and full of radiating life. So the confusion and chaos that's going to come from, as Dugan also talks about, the rising flood of the human logos, human understanding and word and sense-making, unrooted from the eternal, the flood of the unconscious and all these astrological influences, which are merely pagan, sort of pagan gods and leftovers from they still have power, in the sense of cosmically. They don't have no power in the face of Christ, of course, but those influences, the archetypes of the unconscious, still, they're going to flood in chaotically. But as long as you're rooted in the lifeboat, this life is going to flow into art, into science, into the full rejuvenation, or not just rejuvenation, full resurrection of all these aspects. Providence, though. And so artists, everyone who follow this channel, not vitalism, not a blind following of the forms of certain tradition. It's a flowering of tradition, of remembrance towards providence. So It's both a synthesis of the future and the authentic eternal past, right, together. So a lot of people or vitalists will say, oh, I don't want to be locked to this old form. Well, you're not going to be, because you put the time in to disclose divine will, and he leads you to the use of your talents to bring in the impulse from outside, but you have to humble yourself first, and he'll disclose his divine will to you, and the best thing for you, and the most life-filled impulses in your art, far greater than any low vitalism of arbitrary will that you want to tie yourself up with. But an individual destiny, for everyone, in theosis though. So the most life, if you want to have an impact, mysticism first. Disclose divine will first. Then you'll know there's nothing greater than knowing that there's nothing more you could have done, that you're doing exactly what he wanted you to do. Because of course you have those doubts. You look back and you go, could I have done it more? Could I have done this? Could I have done that? But when you align with divine will, you can be certain of that you've done everything you can, that you're doing exactly what you should be doing, because you can ask him. And so I'll just leave it on that note, is that we need to be devoted towards that first. Not as a half measure, not as a byproduct, not as a side note, but orbit that first, foremost. Perhaps you have to withdraw for a year from your works to purify yourself. That could be necessary. So it takes that, putting everything on hold and saying, I don't know where we're going to be after this process, after this year of deep contemplative practices, which I take it seriously and fully do the practices. I don't know where we're going to be. I don't know how the Lord's going to use these things. I have to put it all to the side and give it all to him. And so we have to do that, man. That's what the new artistic movement needs to be. All right, friends, I'll see you next week for another stream, be at another location, probably somewhere a bit more rural. But it's been a good day. We're leaving a bit early, but we got to about 4 hours. I'm going to go record this dialogue with our friend, Catholic channel, and that'll be out reasonably soon. God bless you, everyone. Have a wonderful weekend. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next week.